Chapter 773. A strange aura soared into the sky, carrying with it a very special fluctuation. Lin Tian's expression changed. This was not only because this aura was very special, but also because the direction this aura was coming from was the location of the small graves he had built for the children of the simple village. He remembered very clearly that it was indeed in that direction. What happened there? His expression changed slightly. At this moment, the aura he felt was too strange. Even the divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved. Not only him, but Bai Qiu and Bai Ziqi's expressions also changed. They naturally identified the direction this aura was coming from. There! Bai Ziqi frowned. He was shocked by this aura. Even the whooshing crocodile, an old monster who had reached the peak of nirvana, was moved. His eyes were full of shock. Let's go. Lin Tian spat out this word. The golden divine light around his body surged. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the green mountain. Bai Ziqi and Bai Qiu nodded. They took a step forward and followed closely behind Lin Tian. The wind whistled in their ears. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian and the other two moved very quickly. Not long after, the green mountain appeared in their vision. The special aura was even stronger, constantly coming from the green mountain. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He, Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziqi stepped into the green mountain in the blink of an eye. They followed the aura all the way to a spacious group of small graves. That is. The moment they arrived, the three of them stopped at the same time. Their immortal bodies trembled. On the ordinary green mountain, there were many small graves. A little girl in tattered clothes stood in front of a group of small graves. She did not move at all. Her body was stained with dirt. That special aura was constantly coming from her body. There was a small grave at the little girl's feet. The grave was broken open, and there was nothing inside. The tombstone in front of the small grave was still intact. It was also stained with dust. There were 3 words on it. Little AI. Xiao. Xiao AI. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's expressions changed at the same time, and they were slightly shocked again. They were all too familiar with the little girl's back. Bai Ziqi was moved. Naturally, he recognized the little girl. Little AI. No, isn't it already? Whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. It had heard Lin Tian mention this little girl before. She was clearly dead. In front of him, the little girl seemed to have heard a familiar voice and slowly turned around. At this time, the little girl's once adorable goat horn braids were no longer there. Her hair was loose, and there was a sparkling jade hanging on her chest. Her cheeks were still young and tender, but her pupils were blood red. On her forehead, between her eyebrows, there was an eye-catching lotus-shaped mark. Staring at the 3 people and the crocodile, the little girl's young and tender face was somewhat numb. Her gaze finally fell on Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. Her small body trembled uncontrollably, and 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down her cheeks. Beautiful big sister, big brother. The little girl's current appearance was somewhat strange, but she clearly recognized Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. She was choking with sobs. Lin Tian trembled. He felt as if something had struck his chest. The little girl's clothes were tattered, and her pupils were blood red. Tears of blood flowed down her cheeks. This scene was too heart-wrenching. It was even more painful than when he had watched the little girl die. Xiao AI. It's Xiao AI. Bai Qiu's tears immediately flowed down. She was surprised and happy, and immediately rushed toward the little girl. Bai Ziqi raised his hand and pulled her back. Big brother, what are you doing? Let go of me, Bai Qiu said anxiously. Bai Ziqi frowned and said, this isn't normal. He had seen the little girl before, so he naturally knew that the little girl was Xiao AI. However, the little girl's current situation was too strange. She was clearly dead, but she had stood up from the grave. Moreover, her blood-red pupils were somewhat terrifying, and the lotus-like mark between her brows was even more shocking. Bai Qiu struggled. What are you talking about? It's her. It's Xiao AI, it's Xiao AI. Let go of me. Let go. At this moment, Lin Tian took a step forward and strode over. Bai Ziqi's frown deepened when he saw this. In the end, he let go of Bai Qiu. Instantly, Bai Qiu rushed over like Lin Tianyi and arrived beside the little girl in the blink of an eye. Xiao AI, it's really Xiao AI. When she first learned that Xiao AI had died, she was extremely sad. Now that she saw Xiao AI standing before her again, even though it was a little strange, she was still pleasantly surprised. This was the feeling of regaining something she had lost. Xiao AI. At the side, Lin Tian also called out in a soft voice. The little girl's body was very thin, and her clothes were tattered. When she saw Lin Tian and Bai Qiu appear beside her, more tears of blood flowed down her cheeks. She was like a child who had been wandering for a long time, seeing her family after a long time. Those who heard her would be sad, and those who heard her would cry. Her gaze fell on Lin Tian. Big brother, grandpa. Grandpa is gone. Everyone is gone. Lin Tianji felt a pain in his heart, and he could not say a word. The little girl tilted her head and looked at the small grave behind her. Her thin body trembled, and tears of blood flowed down her cheeks. She still had the memories of the past. She remembered the scene of her grandfather being killed by the insectoids, the scene of her and the other villagers being captured, the scene of her being bitten by the insectoid larvae, and the scene of Lin Tian coming to save her. Everyone is gone. Xiao AI woke up. Xiao AI is the only one left, the little girl sobbed. A 5-year-old girl, saying such words with tears of blood flowing down her cheeks, was even more heartbreaking. Even someone as strong as Lin Tian felt like he was about to cry. Bai Qiu squatted down and hugged the little girl in her arms. Don't be afraid, Xiao AI. We're still here. The little girl's small body trembled, and she cried in Bai Qiu's arms. She was heartbroken. Hearing the little girl's cries, Lin Tian clenched his fists. He really wanted to drag out those zergs and kill them all again. At this moment, even Bai Ziqi, who was standing at the side, took a deep breath. Clearly, he was also deeply moved. After some time, Bai Qiu hugged the little girl and comforted her. Finally, the little girl stopped crying. You still have us. Xiao AI will follow us from now on. Big sister will take good care of you. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian also comforted her. During this process, he had carefully scanned the little girl with his divine sense. He found that although the little girl's appearance was a little strange, there was indeed life in her body. Although it was very weak, it was there. This meant that the little girl had come back to life. Now she was a living person. This was an incomparably pleasant surprise. It was a miracle. At this time, he didn't think about why Xiao AI, who was clearly dead, would have life again. He didn't think about why the little girl would have such a strange appearance. He didn't even think about why the little girl would emit such a special aura that made people tremble. Xiao, 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 xiao. Whooshing crocodile laid on Lin Tian's head. He had been staring at the lotus mark on Xiao AI's forehead ever since he came here. At this time, he seemed to have finally noticed something. His eyes widened, and he almost fell off Lin Tian's head. He extended a claw and pointed at the lotus mark on Xiao AI's forehead. His claw trembled slightly. That thing, look at that thing that is. Lin Tian looked at where Whooshing Crocodile was pointing. Naturally, he had already noticed the mark on the little girl's forehead. This imprint was too strange. The strange aura that was emitted from my daughter's body came from this lotus-like imprint. He lowered his voice and asked Whooshing Crocodile seriously, "What is this? Do you know?" Whooshing Crocodile's claw was trembling. Its voice was also trembling. Its eyes were wide open. It's that. Lin Tianyi grabbed it off his head. Why are you trembling? What the hell is this mark? I hashtag yin. Whooshing Crocodile was so angry that it kept swearing. Can't you see that your Lord Crocodile is shocked? I hashtag yin. can you give your Lord Crocodile some time to breathe? I hashtag yen. Lin Tian let go of it and waited quietly. At the same time, Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki also looked at it. Whooshing Crocodile took a dozen deep breaths. When Lin Tian couldn't help but want to beat it, it finally opened its mouth. It stared at the lotus mark on Xiao Ai's forehead and said, Lord Crocodile has seen records of this mark in the tomb of an old guy in the Chaos Realm. This is, it said word by word, seal of life and death. Seal of life and death? Lin Tian frowned. Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki were also puzzled. Obviously, they didn't know what Whooshing Crocodile's seal of life and death was. A living creature goes from life to death. The body remains immortal and then goes from death to life. This process has a very small chance of producing such a mark. It's called the seal of life and death. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the lotus mark on Xiao Ai's forehead and couldn't help but swallow hard. According to the records of the seal of life and death that Lord Crocodile saw in the tomb, this thing has only appeared 3 times in history because it's too rare. You should know that once a living creature dies, it's generally impossible to come back to life. Even if it can miraculously come back to life from death, the probability of condensing the seal of life and death in this process is less than 1 in a billion. Staring at the 5-year-old little AI, the 5-element crocodile's eyes widened as if it had seen a ghost. This little girl, not only did she come back from death, she actually managed to condense such an ancient seal. This is simply, from life to death, from death to life, the seal of life and death. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At this time, he still didn't think about how the little girl could come back to life with a breath of life after death. After a pause, he looked at Whooshing Crocodile and continued to ask, What's so special about this seal of life and death? Are there any negative effects? Chapter 774. Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian was shocked. Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki were also shocked. Even a Chaos Realm expert risked his life to condense this thing. Whooshing Crocodile said, The seal of life and death is a treasure seal formed by the exchange of life and death. This thing is a kind of heaven-defying Tao fruit. The benefits are too great. As he said that, his eyes were as bright as the sun. A seal of life and death represents a lifespan of 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Lin Tian and the other 2 were shocked. You mean? Yes. The 5 elements crocodile nodded and took a deep breath before speaking again. This little girl, even if she doesn't do any cultivation in the future, doesn't eat anything and lives a simple life, she can at least live for 100,000 years. Lin Tian and the other 2 were shocked. 100,000 years. That was the lifespan of a Chaos Realm expert. It's far more than that. This is only the foundation. The benefits of the seal of life and death are unimaginable. Simply put, this thing is countless times more precious than the strongest heavenly treasure. It's a true heaven-defying divine seal, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the other 2 were stunned. Even though they had guessed that the seal of life and death was not simple after hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, they did not expect it to be so heaven-defying. It was too shocking. A seal of life and death was equivalent to 100,000 years of lifespan. And this was only the most basic benefit of this kind of treasure seal. At this time, even a man as calm as Bai Ziki was shocked. His eyes kept flashing. The 3's gazes fell on the little girl. This little girl was a true child prodigy. The little girl stopped crying, but she was still very sad. Her eyes were blood red, and the seal of life and death on her forehead was very obvious. She grabbed Bai Qiu's sleeve. Lin Tian looked at Whooshing Crocodile and asked, I scanned her with my divine sense, and there is indeed a breath of life in her body. But what's with her appearance now? It's normal. The seal of life and death has just been formed. She has just escaped from death, so she has more of the inside. After a while, The yang energy that represents life will become stronger and merge with the yin energy in her body to form a perfect balance. Then her pupils will return to normal, and the seal of life and death on her forehead will automatically hide in her body. No one will be able to see it, Whooshing Crocodile said. Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian immediately felt relieved. The little girl stuck close to Bai Qiu. Occasionally, she would tilt her head to look at the tombs behind her. Her body twitched slightly, and then she would bury her head in Bai Qiu's arms and cry silently. Coming back from the dead, the little girl had transcended the mortal world. However, she was still a child in the end. Her only family and familiar friends were no longer around. It was difficult for her to recover from her grief quickly, and this was also very normal. Not to mention a child, even an adult would be the same. How did she come back to life? Lin Tian whispered to himself. Looking at little AI, he began to think about this question at this time. Back then, he saw the little girl die in front of his eyes. Her breath of life was completely cut off. But now, the little girl miraculously came back to life. Whooshing Crocodile came to this place. From the moment it saw the little girl, it had been looking at the little girl with all kinds of surprise and doubts in its eyes. At this time, its gaze suddenly fell on the jade on the little girl's chest. Suddenly it was moved. It clearly felt the same breath as Bai Qiu on it. It contained the Tai Yin wave. There was a strange light in its eyes. It looked at Lin Tian and said, "Kid, use your dragon burial scripture to see if there is anything special in this place." Special? This is just an ordinary green mountain. Lin Tian frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't rely on your eyes and feelings for everything. Lord Crocodile wants you to look. Don't be long-winded. Whooshing Crocodile glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. The dragon burial scripture operated. Strands of dragon patterns spread down from the soles of his feet. At the same time, they spread out in all directions to explore this green mountain. Just like that, dozens of breaths passed in a flash. After dozens of breaths, he explored the surroundings with dragon patterns, but didn't find anything special. It's just an ordinary. Wait. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. As the dragon burial scripture operated faster, the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet suddenly jumped on their own and spread deeper into the underground space. It extended all the way to dozens of miles below. Suddenly, a dazzling halo lay there quietly. This halo happened to be under little AI's small grave. Lin Tian was moved. He opened a path with dragon patterns and took it out after a while. The body of the halo was a stone about 5 inches in diameter. It was pure white and emitted a light like the sun. It was intertwined with dense yang energy, causing the temperature of the space to suddenly rise by more than 10 degrees. Origin Sunstone. Lin Tian and the other two were shocked. This stone was the Origin Sunstone. It wasn't small and was priceless. Lin Tian was shocked. He didn't expect that a piece of Origin Sunstone would be born in this place dozens of miles below. Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki were also surprised. The siblings found a piece of Tai Yin Origin Stone in the small village, and there was a piece of Origin Sunstone in the mountains near the village. Both of them were surprised. Whooshing Crocodile nodded at this moment. Understood. It stretched out its claws and pointed at the precious jade on the little girl's chest. Grandpa Crocodile remembers that you mentioned that this precious jade was given by the Bai family's daughter. It was the precious jade that the Bai family's daughter had worn for more than 10 years. After more than 10 years, the jade had already been filled with the Tai Yin origin aura of the Bai family's daughter. Now, this precious jade is worn by this little girl, and it resonates with the Origin Sunstone directly below the ground. The two are extreme yin and extreme yang. After mixing with each other, they evolved into vitality, giving this little girl a chance to be reborn. Lin Tian and the other two were moved. Their eyes flashed. Tai Yin and Tai Yang can indeed evolve into vitality. Bai Ziki said, Yin and Yang were the mother of all things. Although it was difficult to combine the two to evolve into vitality, it was completely possible. Bai Qiu was surprised, and pleasantly surprised. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he had given this precious jade to little AI. This is heaven's will. Wuxing Crocodile kept staring at the little girl. Its surprised expression had disappeared. At this moment, its eyes were full of doubts. However, this is really strange. It's too unusual. Due to the fusion of the Taiyin aura and the origin sunstone, she came back from the dead. Grandpa Crocodile can understand this. However, how could she condense something like the seal of life and death in this process? You should know that in the past, some old guys in the chaotic realm made all kinds of strict arrangements, but they couldn't condense such a divine seal. More than 90% of them even destroyed their bodies and souls. However, such an ordinary little girl who has never cultivated before actually condensed the seal of life and death in the process of alternating between life and death. Logically speaking, this is completely impossible. The probability should be 100 million to 0. This is hard to understand. It's incomprehensible. Bai Qiu said, "Is it because little AI has amazing talent and potential?" No, this has nothing to do with talent and potential. It also has nothing to do with your Taiyin aura and the origin sunstone. Wuxing Crocodile shook its head and said with certainty, "There must be other foreign objects playing a key role in this. But what is it? There doesn't seem to be any foreign objects in this place." At this moment, Wuxing Crocodile seemed to be very serious. It was seriously thinking and scanning the surroundings with its tyrannical divine sense. However, in the end, it still couldn't find the key foreign object that it mentioned. It couldn't understand it no matter how hard it thought. It kept howling, "This is too strange. It's too unreasonable. How could such a thing happen?" An ordinary little girl actually condensed the seal of life and death on her own? If those failed chaotic realm experts knew about this, they would be so angry that they would jump out of their coffins. Bai Qiu ignored it and hugged little AI. Bai Ziki didn't say anything and stood quietly by the side. Only Lin Tian was moved at this moment. He thought of something. Could it be, he muttered in his heart. Back then, in order to save little AI, he had transferred some of his reincarnation origin to the little girl. The foreign object that Wuxing Crocodile mentioned, could it be the reincarnation origin that he transferred to the little girl? Wuxing Crocodile saw Lin Tian in a daze and asked, "Brat, what did you think of?" "Nothing." Lin Tian shook his head. Wuxing Crocodile looked at him suspiciously, but it didn't say anything. It began to feel conflicted again and muttered to itself, "Impossible! How could this be? How could those failed chaotic realm experts accept this?" Bai Qiu comforted little AI by the side while Lin Tian pondered. "That's right. We have to leave this place quickly. We have to find a hidden place to set up a seal and hide this little girl." Wuxing Crocodile suddenly thought of something and said, "When the seal of life and death is formed, its aura can't be concealed and will spread out bit by bit. If there are experts in this heaven who know about the existence of the seal of life and death, they will definitely fight for it at all costs." Lin Tian and the other two were moved. They nodded. "Dong." At this moment, the firmament suddenly trembled. A mass of black light appeared in the northern sky. Within it was a pair of deep and emotionless eyes that seemed to have seen through the ups and downs of the world. They stared straight at the seal of life and death between little AI's eyebrows. The three people and one crocodile trembled together and felt a chill run down their backs. This is the suppression of an emperor." Wuxing Crocodile trembled. A chaotic realm expert had forced them here. Almost at the same time, the southern sky collapsed. A tall figure strode over. Every step he took caused the firmament to tremble. This figure was surrounded by a hazy and tyrannical divine light. Even a powerful divine sense couldn't see through it. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of human emotions in them. After this, the surroundings trembled. A figure also walked over, similarly enveloped in hazy light. Everywhere he passed, all creatures fell silent. The might of an emperor blanketed the sky and covered the earth, as if an ancient deity was inspecting the world. Chapter 775. The expressions of the three people and the crocodile changed at the same time. All of them could not help but tremble. At this moment, 3 auras pressed down. 3 pairs of eyes stared at them, emitting the powerful auras of chaotic emperors, causing them to tremble involuntarily. 3 emperors! How could this be? Whooshing Crocodile was horrified. 3 auras appeared, and 3 pairs of eyes swept across the sky. In the blink of an eye, they crossed over to this place. In an instant, the void in all directions was directly frozen. The 3 people and the crocodile could not escape even if they wanted to. There was no way to retreat at all. The 3 pairs of eyes were frighteningly deep. At the same time, they stared at the seal of life and death between little AI's eyebrows. Astonishing divine light burst out from their eyes. Buzz! In the next moment, almost at the same time, the 3 people moved at the same time. They raised their hands and grabbed at little AI. Obviously, they wanted to seize the seal of life and death. Lin Tian and the others were shocked. Facing the 3 big hands, they wanted to do something, but they could not even gather their divine power. They could only watch as the 3 big hands pressed down on them. Chi! 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 The 3 chaotic emperors each took a side and raised their hands to grab little AI. At the same time, they were fighting with each other. All kinds of divine light and laws surged, causing the void to be annihilated inch by inch. Because of their conflict, this place was engulfed in waves of hurricanes that swept past, uprooting the green trees and shattering the earth. The small tombs that Lin Tian built for the villagers were completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. The tombstones shattered, and the bones of the villagers were thrown out, also crumbling into ashes bit by bit. Grandpa! Little AI looked at the direction of the small tombs and cried. Her close relatives, elders, and friends were all dead, and she was the only one left. Now, even the tombstones were blown to pieces. Lin Tian was also angry, but at this time he could do nothing. He could only watch the 3 big hands press down. At this time, he could not even move his fingers. The 3 emperors' aura suppressed and imprisoned everything. Ka! 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 The void distorted, the 3 large hands helping each other, finally completely crushing over. Little AI looked in the direction of the tombs and cried loudly. It was unknown whether it was because she was very emotional, but the seal of life and death between her brows suddenly emitted a radiance. It spread out in a semicircle and immediately shook off the 3 big hands that were pressing down from the sky. At the same time, Lin Tian and the others felt that they could move again. The space around them also returned to its original state. The 3 people and the crocodile were shocked at the same time. This is the seal of life and death. The huge hands of the 3 primal chaos experts that were imbued with great Tao laws were repelled by a single cry from little AI. Go! Lin Tiandao. The space around them had already returned to normal. How could the 3 people and 1 crocodile dare to stay any longer? They immediately took little AI and fled. In the sky, 3 pairs of eyes were cold and emotionless. A ray of dim light flashed across all of them. Then, waves of resplendent light appeared. In the blink of an eye, 3 waves of emperors might descended, sealing Lin Tian and the others who had fled several thousand feet away. Boom! The 3 huge hands pressed down again, still aiming for little AI. At the same time, they also enveloped the 3 people and the crocodile, causing them to feel intense pain. This time, the light of the seal of life and death was no longer effective. The 3 huge hands ignored everything. Nothing could stop them. Oh my God! The scales on the whooshing crocodile's body stood on end. Damn it! Lin Tian was anxious. He frantically tried to communicate with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Although he did not have much hope and did not think that he would be able to summon the divine sword at this time, he could only do so. Only by summoning the divine sword would he be able to barely resist. In the next moment, to his surprise and delight, the divine sword seemed to have sensed the danger he was in and actually moved. Strands of divine light streaked out. Lin Tianyi trembled. He felt a boundless force surging up, giving him the feeling that it could split the sky and shatter the earth. He did not hesitate and directly attacked, smashing a fist towards the 3 huge hands pressing down from the sky. Boom! A resplendent, 7-colored radiance tore through the sky and shattered all things. It carried an incomparably sharp aura, and like the radiance of the seal of life and death, it blasted away the 3 giant hands of the 3 Emperor Realm experts. Once again, the spatial seal was broken. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were shocked. Lin Tian, at this time, actually blasted away the 3 huge hands of the chaotic world with a single punch. It's the divine light from that time. Bai Qiu was shocked. Back in the sword tomb of the second heaven, she had seen Lin Tian display this kind of 7-colored divine light. It was extremely powerful, and now she saw it again. It was just as powerful as that time. This kid really has a super divine artifact in his body. Whooshing Crocodile had also seen the power of the 7-colored divine light displayed by Lin Tian, and because of it, its cultivation base had also fallen. At this time, its eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope appeared in its heart. However, this glimmer of hope disappeared in an instant. It cried miserably, No, it can't really block them. Even if it's a heavenly divine artifact, it can't block a real chaotic world expert. In the sky, the 3 emperors' eyes once again shone with resplendent light, staring at Lin Tian at the same time. The 3 of them didn't utter a single word as they continued to fight. The 3 large hands pressed down once again, and they weren't just grabbing towards little AI, they were grabbing towards Lin Tian as well. Evidently, the rainbow radiance that Lin Tian unleashed was like the seal of life and death, attracting the attention of the 3. Lin Tian swung the divine sword and released the 7-colored divine light, blasting towards the sky, shattering everything and stopping the 3 huge hands from pressing down. However, at this time the result was just as Whooshing Crocodile had said. He could not block the 3 huge hands at all, and he vomited blood due to the impact. Lin Tian, Bai Qiu was anxious. With a rumble, the sky trembled. The 3 huge hands ignored everything and pressed down majestically, covering the sky and the sun. It's over, it's over, it's over. It's really over this time. Whooshing Crocodile was on the verge of tears. Emperors were too terrifying. The 3 huge hands pressed down and fought with each other, truly confining the space. The light of the seal of life and death and the divine sword were useless and could not block them. In the end, Lin Tian was too weak, and little AI was just an ordinary child. Even if she had a peerless divine artifact, she could not compete with a chaotic world expert. The space collapsed and time and space trembled. Everything was confined. Lin Tian activated the 7-colored divine light to resist, but it was useless. He was extremely anxious and felt a sense of despair. Buzz! In the sky, the 3 figures were all shrouded in divine light, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Only 3 pairs of deep and emotionless eyes could be seen. Only the powerful aura of the emperors intertwined in the surroundings. 3 huge hands appeared above the group in the blink of an eye. 3 great Tao laws surged and grabbed towards Lin Tian and little AI. The 3 pairs of eyes were all shining with a dim light. Almost at the same time, in the first heaven, in the dark forest outside Fengjian City, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Stars intertwined in them, and the sun and moon rose and fell. Accompanied by a ray of light, Everything was torn apart in an instant, including the barrier of the heaven. Pooh! 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 In the fourth heaven, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void, and the three huge hands that pressed towards Lin Tian and the others exploded at the same time. The void crack was thousands of feet long, and space turbulence intertwined. A little girl of 11 or 12 years old stepped out from it. She was dressed in a white dress, and her soft black hair naturally fell to her waist, like the noblest fairy in the world. She stood at the top of the sky and looked at the three chaotic world experts indifferently. She said in an extremely cold voice, Do you want to die?" Boom! An unparalleled divine power turned into a hurricane, forcing the three chaotic world experts to retreat. The light fog around their bodies was completely dispersed. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the people in the north wore imperial crowns, the people in the south had flames intertwined around their bodies, and the people in the west wore Taoist robes. Their bodies were intertwined with grand auras like mountains and galaxies. The three primal chaos experts stared at the little girl who walked out from the void crack. Their eyes were filled with Tao light. Bai Qiu and Bai Ziqi's expressions changed. Lin Tian stared at the little girl in the sky with surprise and joy. "Little Z!" He was very excited. The girl he had met in the dark forest was finally able to see her up close again. The little girl's black hair fluttered in the wind as she glanced at the seal of life and death on little AI's forehead. Then she shifted her gaze to Lin Tian, and a smile bloomed on her cold little face. "Demon Emperor, Violet Fairy," a cold voice echoed. Among the three primal chaos experts, the one wearing the imperial crown spoke with eyes that were like blades. Lin Tianyi was startled and shocked. Little Z was the demon race's empress. In the sky, the Violet Fairy looked at Lin Tian with a crafty smile. She completely ignored everyone here. She is a demon emperor. She and him. Bai Qiu, Bai Ziqi, and Whooshing Crocodile could clearly see that the Violet Fairy was looking at Lin Tian. That smile was obviously not ordinary, and it shocked the trio. It was obvious that the Violet Fairy and Lin Tian knew each other and had a good relationship. That's right. That brat seemed to be calling her demon emperor. "Little Z!" Whooshing Crocodile suddenly widened his eyes. The Violet Fairy was barefooted as she looked at Lin Tian with a crafty smile, but she didn't say anything. She looked at the blood that was flowing out from Lin Tian's mouth. After a moment, she turned her head again and looked at the three primal chaos emperors. "Anyone who harms him will have to pay the price." Looking at the three primal chaos emperors, the smile on the Violet Fairy's face disappeared. She became cold again with a kind of holiness and dignity. Boom! Absolute demonic prowess engulfed the world. The sky couldn't stop shaking, and the entire heaven region was shaking. "I don't understand what you're saying. You want to seize the seal of life and death too." In the south, the primal chaos expert, who was surrounded by flames, spoke coldly. The Violet Fairy's eyes were cold. At this moment, she was just like an arrogant princess. Her black hair danced behind her back as a divine radiance rushed out. It seemed to ignore the distance of space and appeared in front of this primal chaos expert in the blink of an eye. This primal chaos expert was startled. He quickly reacted and raised a law light screen in front of him. Ka! A crisp sound rang out, and the law light screen that this person had erected was instantly shattered. PFFF! The divine radiance didn't decrease in momentum and crushed this primal chaos expert on the spot. Chapter 776. The blood was glaring as it splattered in the void, causing Lin Tian and the others to change their expressions. A primal chaos realm emperor expert was torn apart in the blink of an eye. So powerful! Lin Tian was astonished. Even though he had guessed that the Violet Fairy was powerful, he didn't expect her to be this powerful. Just one divine light was enough to shatter the primal chaos expert, who was covered in flames. Boom! The flames burned the void. The shattered, primal chaos expert reformed his fleshly body, and his eyes were filled with flames. Demonic beast emperor. This primal chaos expert's voice was cold, but his aura didn't drop. The primal chaos expert in the north and the primal chaos expert in the west didn't say anything. Their expressions were cold. The three of them came here to fight for the seal of life and death. They were already considered enemies. At this moment, the cold voice sounded again. You guys have a share too. The Violet Fairy ignored Emperor Yen Meng temporarily and stared at the primal chaos expert and the primal chaos expert. She slashed out with 2 divine lights, tearing the void apart, and arrived before the two in an instant. The 2 primal chaos experts attacked at the same time, striking out thousands of magic powers. However, they still couldn't block the divine lights. Their magic powers crumbled, and they were forced to retreat. Their Tao bodies exploded at the same time. Boom! Blood and flesh intertwined as the two instantly regenerated their Tao bodies. They stared coldly at the Violet Fairy with emotionless eyes. Great void god, slaying Tao, very powerful indeed. The primal chaos expert said coldly. The surroundings were filled with Tao radiance. When this primal chaos expert spoke, it was like a divine bell ringing, causing intense pain in the eardrums. Under such an aura, Lin Tian and the others couldn't even circulate their divine power. However, they were shocked by the Violet Fairy's strength. Those 3 divine lights were too stunning. They actually shattered 3 primal chaos realm emperors in the sky. Great void god slaying Tao, what is that? Lin Tian asked Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile had lived for a long time and knew many things. He swallowed his saliva and said, the demonic beast emperor's famous divine technique, the god-slaying light. All Taos will retreat. It is said to be able to slay even gods. At this moment, a cold snort rang out, equally cold. In the sky, the Taoist-robed emperor stared at the Violet Fairy with cold eyes. Violet Fairy, do you want to be enemies with all of us? The 3 great emperors stared at the Violet Fairy at the same time. Tao lights interweaved around their bodies, and their auras were extremely powerful. Under the 3 presences, the space was obliterated inch by inch. Everything fell silent. The entire world fell silent. The might of an emperor was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly as he began to worry. The violet elves were powerful, but none of the 3 in the sky were weak. If these 3 primal chaos experts were to attack at the same time, could the Violet Fairy win? Where did these 3 people come from? He asked Wuxing Crocodile, wanting to know who the 3 primal chaos emperors were. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the 3 primal chaos emperors and shook his head after a while. I don't know. I have no impression of him. You don't know? Lin Tian frowned. Do you think Lord Crocodile is omniscient? I know everything. Wuxing Crocodile said angrily. At the top of the sky, the Violet Fairy's black hair fluttered behind her back as though she was dispelling Lin Tian's doubts. She looked at the Taoist-robed emperor in the west. Taoist Pu Yuan, born with Yin, snatched the primordial Yin of young girls to cultivate. He was once hunted by the entire cultivation world and survived like a rat on the street. With his Yin, he stepped into the primal chaos realm and annihilated several holy lands' inheritances that had once suppressed him. Taoist Pu Yuan's eyes were cold. Yin lights interweaved in his eyes, and a chill was contained within. Lin Tian and the others' expressions changed. This person had once snatched the primordial Yin of young girls to cultivate? This was simply too insidious. The Violet Fairy tilted her head and looked at the crowned emperor. Grand Emperor Luozong, when his lifespan was about to dry up, he massacred tens of thousands of living beings and transformed their essence into his own lifespan. After escaping death, he disappeared. Who would have thought that he was secretly hiding in the 4th heaven? The Violet Fairy's voice was calm. She looked at the primal chaos emperors who were covered in flames. The flame demon was a magma rock that swallowed the essence of heaven and earth. Back then, he was accepted as a disciple by a human expert. Countless years later, when the human expert who taught him was heavily injured, he snatched the Tao fruit of his body and cultivated the pure demon flame. With his strength, he defeated tens of thousands of experts and reached the emperor realm. Lin Tian and the others were moved. These 3 people were really bad people. The 3 emperors' eyes were like cold lightning. They stared at the Violet Fairy coldly. "You know quite a lot." "If I don't know much, how can I be an emperor?" the Violet Fairy said. The 3 emperors' eyes became even colder. Tao lights interweaved in their eyes like 6 black holes. "You want to start a battle between emperors by telling us our origins?" Emperor Luozong said coldly. The 3 emperors stared at the Violet Fairy. Killing lights interweaved around their bodies. At this moment, it was as if they had pulled up a common front. Battle between emperors? The Violet Fairy looked at the 3 emperors. "The 3 of you, each of you used a secret technique to suppress your own body in the 4th heaven. You used a secret technique to delay the elapse of your lifespan. But now that you have discovered the aura of the seal of life and death, all of you jumped out to fight for it. Are you worthy of mentioning the 3 words battle between emperors to me?" Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others were shocked. These 3 old things, so their lifespan is about to dry up. Whooshing crocodile stared. In the sky, Emperor Luozong and the other 2 emperors' eyes were even colder. 3 chills interweaved in all directions. "You are not worthy of me taking action. However, you have injured him, so you all have to pay the price." The Violet Fairy's voice became cold again. Divine light surged around her like divine swords. "I will bury all of you here." Clang! Divine light rang, and tens of thousands of Tao surged. The wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and the clouds in the sky all dispersed. "Arrogant!" Emperor Luozong said coldly. 36 light wings rushed out from behind him. Then, with a light flap, 36 destructive chains were rolled up. All kinds of das interweaved on them, and they pressed forward majestically, falling towards the Violet Fairy. This was a kind of momentum. In an instant, the whole world lost its color. The Violet Fairy raised her hand. Beside her, the god-slaying light trembled. In an instant, it cut through the 36 chains and slashed towards Emperor Luozong. "You want to kill the 3 of us? Who do you think you are?" Another cold voice sounded. The pupils of the flame demon seemed to be constructed of flames. With a flash of her eyes, dense balls of flames appeared in the sky, burning the space and distorting the great Tao. "Kill her and share her emperor qi equally." Taoist Pu Yuan stepped forward. For a moment, the 3 emperors attacked at the same time. An even more tyrannical attack interweaved. The world seemed to be about to shatter and chaos interweaved. The scene was terrifying. Lin Tian and the others trembled. They were not attacked, but at this moment they could not even stand steadily. The 3 emperors used their divine techniques at the same time, and the world seemed to be about to be destroyed. Rumble! The sky was filled with killing lights in all directions. They were all evolved from the great Tao. Every ray could easily kill a Nirvana pinnacle powerhouse, and the great Tao rumbled. The Violet Fairy stood alone in the sky. Her black hair danced behind her back. Facing the terrifying attacks of the 3 emperors, she only made one move. She stretched out her right hand and pressed down gently across the void. Chi! 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 The great void god-slaying light seemed to have slashed through eternity. In an instant, it annihilated everything and shattered all the laws of divine techniques. Emperor Luozong and the other 2 trembled and coughed up blood. They were directly pressed down from the sky. The Violet Fairy looked down at the 3 of them with an indifferent gaze. With a flip of her right hand, it was as if the universe was pressing down. The god-slaying light turned into a sea of killing, cutting off all eternity. The three emperors' expressions changed. At this moment, they all felt their hearts tremble. Endless flames are formed by me. Incinerate all Daos! The flame demon roared. Luo Ming, Luo Sheng, Luo Huang. Emperor Luo Tsang shouted. At the same time, Taoist Puyuan also displayed a great divine technique. He faced the god-slaying light together with the flame demon and Emperor Luo Tsang. In an instant, the three immortal killing forces shook. The power of divine techniques flooded all directions. The violet fairy looked down indifferently and silently. With a buzzing sound, the god-slaying light that descended became even more resplendent. It annihilated all the divine techniques of the three emperors. The ground instantly collapsed. The three emperors coughed up blood again and were forcefully pressed into the ground. The three of them and the crocodile were stunned. Their hearts trembled. So powerful! Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. She stood alone in the sky and destroyed the divine techniques of the three emperors with a raise of her hand, causing them to fall into the ground. How powerful was she? Boom! The ground churned and shattered. Three different divine radiances rushed up. Emperor Luo Tsang and the others stepped out. They were clearly in a sorry state. Their eyes became even colder. Kill! Emperor Luo Tsang shouted. He displayed his divine technique again. His emperor body turned into boundless divine light, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Calamity of 1,000 generations, calamity of 10,000 generations, the fall of the heavenly Tao. It had to be said that the technique Grand Emperor Luo Tsang was currently displaying was extremely powerful. It was like the Milky Way was descending from the cosmos and pressing down on the entire world. Dense rays of light surged as if they were about to split the world apart. At the same time, Yanemo and Taoist Puyuan also made their moves. They displayed their emperor techniques and pressed down on the violet fairy. At their level, they didn't care about the so-called light and fairness of the secular world. Destroying the enemy was the only thing that mattered. Boom! Even more shocking killing radiances interweaved. It was mighty and intimidating. The violet fairy's action was simple. She only raised her hand. This time, her right hand formed a sword and slashed down. Pooh! Waves of blood swept out. The divine radiance that filled the sky was annihilated. Emperor Luo Tsang's body reappeared, but his head flew out. The emperor roared. His head flew back and wanted to reassemble. However, the violet fairy obviously didn't want to give him the chance. She waved her right hand. Instantly, dense god-slaying light surged down from all directions, directly shattering the head. At the same time, the emperor's body was also obliterated into a bloody mist. Moreover, on the other side, the dense god-slaying light pressed down like a river of time, piercing through Yanemo and Taoist Puyuan. Ah! Emperor Luo Tsang roared. Divine radiance flashed and reformed his emperor body. All his black hair stood on end. Yanemo and Taoist Puyuan also quickly repaired their emperor bodies. Their eyes became even colder and their killing intent thickened. You guys can't do it. The violet fairy was very calm. Chapter 777. The three of you are no good. These 4 words were very calm and did not carry an overbearing tone. Yet it shocked everyone. So formidable. Bai Qiu's eyes lit up. As a woman herself, it was only natural for her to worship the violet fairy when she saw how powerful she was. Lin Tian was even more astonished. Too powerful, far more powerful than what he had imagined. Known as the most dazzling emperor in the history of the fiend race, once the god-slaying light is unleashed, all living things wither. Wuxing crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The fiend race was huge, and there were many fiends. In terms of numbers, they were second only to the human race. As such, in the history of cultivation, the fiend race naturally had more than one emperor. Furthermore, in the history of emperors, The Violet Fairy was the most talented. Sky Emperor Luotsang and the other two didn't look too good. They turned gloomy. They were chaotic realm emperors, but now the Violet Fairy was facing the three of them at the same time, and she actually described it as not enough. "You are too complacent," Taoist Puyuan coldly said. "You have to know that the three of us have yet to display our peak strength." The three of them had used secret techniques to suppress their qi and blood undulations, slowing down their decline and allowing them to live longer. It was also because of this that they were unable to display their peak strength. So what? The Violet Fairy looked at the three of them. So what if you use your full strength? It will still be no good. Her words were very calm and carried a sense of indifference. Such words undoubtedly caused the three of them to become gloomy. That arrogant tone caused their eyes to turn even colder. "You are too arrogant," Emperor Luotsang said. The Violet Fairy looked down at the three of them. "You can try." Her tone was as calm as ever. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the three people, carrying a strong killing intent. In an instant, three waves of soul-stirring fluctuations began to intertwine, sweeping out in all directions like a tempestuous wave. The three Chaos Realm experts coldly looked at the Violet Fairy. Their auras began to rise. In the blink of an eye, their blood undulations surged like the Milky Way. It was as though three volcanoes were about to erupt. Soon, their auras increased by more than 2 times. And this was not the end. Oh my, this is actually still rising. Whooshing Crocodile trembled. The expressions of Lin Tian and the others changed as well. At this moment, their hearts trembled. The power of the three seemed to be limitless, continuously climbing higher and higher. It was frightening. Boom! This space trembled, and the entire world began to shake because of the rise of these 3 auras. In just an instant, all the creatures in this world trembled in fear, as if the end of the world was coming. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. Violent winds swept out in all directions, causing the ground to crumble continuously. The bodies of the 3 shone with resplendent divine light. The Tao radiance was resplendent, and their auras were powerful to the extreme. Their blood and qi were as vigorous as a starry sky. Strong! He's 10 times stronger than before. This, Whooshing Crocodile said in a trembling voice. The expressions of Lin Tian and the others changed again and again. At this moment, facing these 3 auras, they were all speechless. The 3 Chaos Realm experts looked at the Violet Fairy. Their blood and qi were like a long river going against the sky. The power of the great Tao floated around them, and gusts of violent wind swept out, causing the black hair on the Violet Fairy's back, which reached her waist, to sway continuously. The Flame Devil said coldly. At this moment, he had a divine aura of disdain for the world. "How is it?" The Violet Fairy looked down and did not say a word. She only raised her right hand. With a clang, a divine light flew out. It was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. This Emperor's combat power has returned to its peak. Pooh! The god-slaying light was frighteningly fast. It broke through the light screen of the Flame Devil's body and directly chopped off his head. Lin Tian and the others trembled, and their expressions changed again. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The scales on his body stood up again, and he swallowed hard. Baiziki and Baiqiu stared at the sky, but they did not say a word. Too powerful. Facing the Flame Devil, who was 10 times stronger than before, she still chopped off his head with a single strike. Impossible. The Flame Devil roared. His deity soul was not destroyed, and he reformed his emperor body. His eyes were full of fire. When he saw the indifferent look in the Violet Fairy's eyes, he could not help but feel angry. He took a step forward and charged towards the Violet Fairy with overflowing demonic flames. "Go! Let's kill her together!" Great Emperor Luo Tsang and Taoist Puyuan were clearly shocked by the Violet Fairy's power. At this moment, they did not hesitate and followed behind the Flame Devil, charging forward together. In an instant, the three great experts surrounded the Violet Fairy from three different directions. The violent power of laws intertwined. When the emperors attacked, a casual strike was filled with the power of the Tao. This space had almost turned into a sea of Tao. The Violet Fairy was surrounded by the three of them. Her size was much smaller than the three of them, but there was not the slightest hint of emotion on her face. She blocked the attacks of the three of them time and time again, moving like a gentle breeze. Looking ahead, the divine light and Tao light intertwined. Every strand seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was extremely horrifying. Bang! Taoist Puyuan was the first to be swept away as half of his body was smashed apart. Soon after, a loud roar was heard as Great Emperor Luo Tsang flew out. One of his arms was torn off, and his emperor blood filled the sky. Another 2 breaths of time passed. The Flame Devil roared and was also slashed away, smashing into a huge mountain far away. He was then drowned by the gravel that filled the sky. In this short clash, the 3 great emperors who had unsealed their secret techniques were at an absolute disadvantage and could not contend against the Violet Fairy. 3 waves of emperor prowess rushed up again as the 3 of them rushed into the sky again. You are almost comparable to those 9, Great Emperor Luo Tsang said coldly. At this moment, the 3 Chaos Realm Emperors looked at the Violet Fairy with fear in their eyes. Display your strongest moves. Don't leave any regrets for yourselves. The Violet Fairy looked at the 3 of them and said with a calm voice, because all of you are going to die here today. You are very powerful, but do you really think you can kill us? Emperors won't die so easily. The 3 of them had cold eyes. Outside their bodies, their auras were getting denser. In this space, even the great Tao was rumbling. It is just the name of a realm. Killing all of you is very simple. The Violet Fairy was very calm. The 3 of them had endless cold light in their eyes as their auras rose again. Then try it, the Flame Devil shouted. Pure devil flame. There was a loud boom as a torrential wave rushed out from his body. Black flames rushed out as though it was going to melt this entire world. At the same time, there was an even more astonishing power of laws fusing within this flame. I will slay you. At this moment, Taoist Puyuan's eyes turned cold, giving people a feeling of emptiness. It was as if his eyes wanted to swallow people's souls. It was as if there were endless, resentful spirits howling in his eyes, causing people's hearts to tremble. This is the Inai. Lin Tian's heart trembled. He only looked at those eyes from afar and felt as though his entire soul was being sucked in. Boom! The aura outside Emperor Luo Tsang's body became even more terrifying. He raised his hand and pulled out a complete great Tao. He held it in his hand as though it was a divine weapon. His killing intent was terrifying. At this moment, the killing aura outside the 3 emperors was undoubtedly stronger and more shocking. It was as though they were going to tear this world apart. Will the Demon Emperor be able to stop them all by herself? Whooshing Crocodile was horrified. The Violet Fairy looked at the 3 of them without any change in her expression. Only the killing light outside her body became more numerous. Kill! Among the 3 emperors, one of them roared and rushed out at the same time. The 3 emperors all displayed their killing techniques. The Flame Devil's black devil flame burned everything. Even the great Tao couldn't withstand it. After Taoist Puyuan opened his Inai, his movements were undoubtedly faster, and his attacks were more terrifying. On the other side, Emperor Luo Tsang waved his great Tao and fought, causing the sky to tremble. Spatial cracks constantly appeared as strands of chaotic light intertwined. Boom! This was a truly destructive confrontation. The 3 emperors used all their techniques, and suppressed the Violet Fairy from all directions. Lin Tian worriedly looked up into the sky, but soon the worry in his eyes completely disappeared. As far as the eye could see, facing the strongest attacks of the three great emperors, the Violet Fairy walked through the three of them as if it was walking on flat ground. The god-slaying light easily destroyed the pure devil flames of the Flame Devil, shattered Taoist Puyuan's Inai-killing light, and destroyed Grand Emperor Luozong's great Tao. With a puff, the Flame Devil was the first to suffer. Under the god-slaying light, his emperor body exploded and his divine soul was almost shattered. Ah! Taoist Puyuan screamed. The god-slaying light streaked across and pierced his eyes. Puff! Emperor Luozong didn't have it easy either. His emperor body was cut into pieces. Only his divine soul escaped in a sorry state. It wrapped around the broken emperor body and began to reassemble in the distance. The Violet Fairy looked at the three emperors and took the initiative to step forward. The god-slaying light danced around her and slashed everything in its path. Emperor Luozong was currently reassembling his fleshy body and was cut into a bloody mist. A small part of his divine soul was shattered. Beast Emperor Yu, come! The god-slaying light rang and tore through the sky. It fell like a waterfall, covering this entire space. It attacked the three primal Chaos Realm experts at the same time. Pooh! 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 Rays of bloody light were blinding and demonic. The three primal Chaos Realm experts roared and struggled with all their might. But the space around them was sealed by the god-slaying light, sealing them in a narrow space. Open. After an unknown period of time, the three emperors were injured continuously. Finally, they roared and worked together to open up a path, escaping from the god-slaying light. The three emperors and the alligator sucked in a cold breath. The Violet Fairy was too strong. Facing the three emperors working together, she had the upper hand and was suppressing them. Emperor Luozong and the other two emperors escaped from the god-slaying light. Their expressions turned ugly. Their auras fell by a lot, and their blood and chi became much weaker. Damn! At this moment, they saw the gap between them. They were not a match for the Violet Fairy. Even if the three of them worked together, they could not defeat her. The Violet Crystal Spirit stepped into the void. Her steps were gentle as she walked towards the three emperors. The god-slaying light revolved around her body, and it was like a heavenly army. Who among you will die first? She said. The three primal Chaos Realm experts had gloomy expressions. Flame Devil gritted his teeth. We have no enmity with you. Do you really want to kill us? You have injured him. Injuring him with the strength of an emperor is intolerable. The Violet Fairy said. The three emperors glanced at Lin Tian. They were shocked. Who would have thought that the demonic Beast Emperor would go to such an extent for a human? At the same time, this made the three even more furious. Just because of this, you want to kill us all? Then, how about enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Chapter 778. Hearing the Violet Fairy's words, the faces of Emperor Luozong and the others became even uglier. They clenched their fists tightly. The Violet Fairy looked at the three great experts and calmly stepped forward. One of you used the essence of 10,000 spirits to replenish your lifespan. One used the primordial een of a young girl to cultivate a divine ability, and one even killed your master to steal his fruit. It's not too much for me to kill you. The three's faces were ashen, and there was a sinister light in their eyes. Those people have nothing to do with you. The Flame Demon said. That's why I said I'm enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. The god-slaying light intertwined around the Violet Fairy, making a sonorous sound. Perhaps you can also think that I don't like you. The sinister light in the eyes of Emperor Luozong and the others became even more intense. Since the Violet Fairy had said so, what else could they do? Then let's see if you can kill us. Taoist Puyuan said coldly. With a boom, his eyes shone with a dark light as if it was the power of extreme Een. In an instant, a vast void was pulled open, and from within, a dense crowd of souls rushed out. They all had the appearance of young girls, and their faces were ruthless and ferocious. 9,999 killing puppets, all refined from the souls of virgins. Let's see how you block them. The man shouted. Thousands of young girls' souls intertwined, and all of them roared. Their resentment was monstrous, and they carried a terrifying demonic nature, causing the space to turn blood red. The 3 people and 1 alligator trembled, and their minds seemed to be about to crack. Bastard! Lin Tian gritted his teeth. These were all young girls in their prime. From the looks of it, this Taoist Puyuan had extracted their souls while they were still alive and refined their pure virgin souls into killing puppets. This was too cruel and inhumane. He was worse than a beast. He was extremely furious, but he was also a bit worried. The murderous puppets formed from the souls of these several thousand young girls were too terrifying, interweaving with a resentment that could obliterate all things. Even the great Tao in the surroundings was wailing, as if it was facing tremendous pressure. Looking at this scene, even emperors like Emperor Luozong and the Flame Demon were moved. They felt a great threat, and their eyes flickered with a strange light. But soon, the 2 great experts came back to their senses and released an even stronger Emperor aura. Attack together, the Flame Devil said. The 2 of them stepped forward, each displaying their divine techniques, pressing forward. Clang! Just then, densely packed god-slaying light descended from the sky and slashed open with undefeatable force, forcing the 2 of them back. The Violet Fairy looked at Taoist Puyuan, her gaze becoming even colder. With a buzzing sound, a blood-red crack appeared behind him. The screams of malicious spirits could be heard, causing one's scalp to go numb. This is a technique from that time. Lin Tian was moved. This was not the first time he had seen such a technique. Back in the first heaven, the Violet Fairy had left a strand of divine sense in his body. Later, when Moe tried to kill him, the strand of divine sense left behind by the Violet Fairy had transformed into a divine sense incarnation at a critical moment and performed this technique. At the same time, Taoist Puyuan's expression changed. Grand Emperor Luozong and the Flame Demon's expressions changed as well. All of them trembled. Clearly, they could sense how terrifying this technique was. The blood-red crack appeared behind the Violet Fairy. She looked at Taoist Puyuan and said in a cold voice, "I don't need to block it." As her words fell, an even more shocking ghost screech came from the blood-red crack. An astonishing suction force suddenly appeared, and the ferocious souls of those girls were all sucked in the blink of an eye as if they were scraps of paper. "You go in, too." She stared at Taoist Puyuan. The ghost screech continued, and a huge ghost claw stretched out from the blood-red crack, stretching to the end of the sky. It was horrifying. Taoist Puyuan's heart palpitated, and his scalp went cold. He quickly retreated, and his eyes shone brightly as he activated his emperor-level mystique to resist. However, the giant hand that stretched out from the blood-red crack was too terrifying. It ignored everything and tore everything apart. With an extremely oppressive aura, it smashed Taoist Puyuan into pieces. "Ah!" Taoist Puyuan roared. His shattered flesh wriggled and gathered in the middle, trying to reform his imperial body. However, the ghost claw obviously did not give him such a chance. With a circle of blood-red light, it directly grabbed the bloody mist after his imperial body was shattered and dragged it into the blood-red crack. "No, demonic emperor, stop!" Taoist Puyuan shouted. The Violet Fairy was expressionless, and the ghost claw was even more merciless. It dragged Taoist Puyuan into the blood-red crack, and only a horrified scream could be heard. Then the blood-red crack closed, and the oppressive aura instantly disappeared. Bai Chiao, Bai Ziki, and Whooshing Crocodile were all shocked, and their eyes were filled with shock. A primal chaos realm emperor was killed so easily. It's even more terrifying than the last time. Lin Tian's heart was beating wildly. Whooshing Crocodile was trembling. What kind of technique is this? Not only it, even Emperor Luo Tsang and Flame Devil, the two emperors, were shocked by this technique. What kind of technique did you use? Flame Devil said, "This secret technique annihilated the terrifying divine ability of Taoist Pu Yuan, who was also an emperor. Immediately after, it devoured Taoist Pu Yuan. This made both him and Grand Emperor Luo Tsang tremble." The Violet Fairy tilted her head and looked at the two. "You should think about yourselves first." Clang! The ear-piercing sound of weapons rang out, and the god-slaying light pressed down on the two emperors with a suppressive force. The two emperors were shaken, and they each used their great techniques to resist. Only their resistance seemed a bit weak. Under the god execution light, the myriad Tao retreated, nothing able to stop it. With two bangs, the two emperors were swept away at the same time, and they both coughed out blood. The Violet Fairy stepped forward, and the god-slaying light circled around her, making her look like an arrogant princess. Emperor Luo Tsang and Flame Devil were swept away again, and they were both torn into pieces by the god-slaying light. Even their divine souls were almost destroyed. The two coughed out blood, and their faces turned even uglier. All their techniques were useless, and they could not stop the Violet Fairy. "Demonic Emperor, are you really going to kill us all?" Emperor Luo Tsang's face was ashen. The Violet Fairy's expression remained unchanged. "Back then, when you slaughtered tens of thousands of souls and absorbed their life essence to extend your lifespan, how many sects and families did you destroy? At that time, when you faced the lives that begged you for mercy, did you ever think about not killing them all?" Emperor Luo Tsang's face became even more ashen. You're about to die. At least, you can maintain your dignity as an emperor. Isn't that good?" The Violet Fairy said. As she stepped forward, the god-slaying light fell, sealing off the space and completely suppressing Emperor Luo Tsang. Emperor Luo Tsang roared, "You want to kill me? You'll have to pay the price." With a boom, he began to burn his life essence, using it to activate his most powerful divine ability. He pulled out a dozen complete great paths in a row, causing these great paths to burn as well. It was as if he wanted to destroy this entire world. The Violet Fairy raised her hand and used it to activate the god-slaying light. The brilliant light drowned out everything and shattered all the great Taos. "Ah!" Emperor Luo Tsang screamed, and his emperor body was shattered again. A divine soul escaped in a sorry state and escaped into the distance. Two beams of light shot out from the Violet Fairy's eyes, and like two immortal heavenly swords, they slashed down and shattered Emperor Luo Tsang's divine soul into pieces. Another emperor, the Whooshing Crocodile, swallowed his saliva. Lin Tian looked at the Violet Fairy in the sky, surprised by her strength. At the same time, he wondered how such a small body could contain such terrifying power. Other than the 9 heavenly venerables, she was probably invincible. In this place, 3 emperors pressed down, and in the blink of an eye, only the flame demon was left. The Violet Fairy tilted her head, and the god-slaying light beside her became even brighter. It was like a dense group of divine swords, and all of them were aimed at the flame demon. "Demon Emperor, don't go too far!" The flame demon gritted his teeth. The Violet Fairy was very calm. "You killed your master and stole his path. Even if I kill you 10,000 times, it won't be too much." With a hum, the densely packed god-slaying light whizzed and slashed at the flame demon. The flame demon was shocked and angry. It immediately revealed its true form, turning into a lava giant that was more than 100 feet tall. Lava flowed on the surface of its body. In an instant, the temperature of the space rose. Even someone as powerful as Lin Tian felt the heat rising, as if his body was about to melt. The surrounding plants were also sizzling, as if they were ignited. Pure demonic flames. The flame demon roared. After it revealed its true form, it became several times more powerful. A mass of black flames coalesced, forcibly pushing away the densely packed god-slaying light and shrouding the violet fairy, distorting space and even interfering with the great path. My demonic flames can burn everything. Demon Emperor, you won't have it easy, it said fiercely. The pure demonic flames sealed all directions, condensing into tens of thousands of flame balls that sealed the space around the violet fairy. The violet fairy's expression didn't change at all. She formed a seal with one hand, and for the second time, she slashed down gently. Clang! The god-slaying light rumbled, and the light rushed into the sky. Sizzling sounds quickly spread out, and the densely packed demonic flame balls all around were shattered. Then a god-slaying light that was more than 100 feet long fell, directly slashing the flame demon, and even its spirit body was destroyed. Suddenly, the space became quiet. The blazing aura dissipated, and the air temperature returned to normal. All dead. The 5 elements crocodile shrunk his neck. 3 primal chaos realm experts had killed their way here to snatch little AI's seal of life and death. They then joined forces to fight against the violet fairy. Yet before they could do anything, they were cleanly cut down by the violet fairy. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The violet fairy had defeated the 3 emperor realm powerhouses. Little Violet, he shouted towards the sky. Even though he knew the violet fairy's identity, he still didn't change the way he addressed her. Hearing him call her that, Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki looked at him in unison. Whooshing Crocodile almost fell down. Even though the 2 of them had heard Lin Tian call the Demon Emperor that before, they still felt their hearts skip a beat. Chapter 779. Lin Tian felt a little awkward. He called the violet fairy Little Violet, mostly because he felt that it was more intimate. He didn't expect the queen of the monster race to call him Big Brother. On the side, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were both stunned. The whooshing crocodile's mouth was wide open, and he was almost petrified on the spot. The most amazing queen in the history of the monster race actually called Lin Tian Big Brother. What's wrong? The violet fairy stood barefoot in the air in front of Lin Tian and smiled like a little girl. I was picked up by you in the big forest. I like being called Big Brother. Whooshing Crocodile, Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki. Picked up a monster emperor? 2 people and 1 crocodile turned their heads and looked at Lin Tian in unison. Lin Tian blushed with shame, but then he thought of something and asked the violet fairy what happened at that time. He had always wanted to ask the violet fairy this question. The violet fairy was obviously peerlessly powerful, but when he met her in the dark forest of the first heaven, the violet fairy was ignorant. She didn't know anything other than her name, and she didn't have the slightest strength. She was almost killed by an ordinary low-level monster beast, which made him feel very strange. That was the most dangerous time for me. I lost all my strength, and I only remembered my name. I almost died. The violet fairy smiled and looked at Lin Tiandao. You appeared at the most dangerous time. This is the will of the heavens, right? Then she said, I like it when you call me Little Violet. She was barefoot, almost floating in front of Lin Tian, full of spirituality. Like a real fairy, Bai Qiu's eyes sparkled. Lin Tian looked at the violet fairy, paused, and said, Well then, let's be like that time. The time, he said, was naturally referring to the time when he led the violet fairy through the dark forest. The violet fairy nodded. Okay. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened in shock. Was the violet fairy in front of him still a monster emperor? She was like a completely different person from when they were fighting just now. Looking at her now, she was simply an ordinary little girl. At this time, little AI looked up at the violet fairy. Although she was a little scared, she still asked hopefully, "Big sister, can you bring Grandpa and the others back to life?" Although the little girl did not know how to cultivate, she felt that the Violet Fairy was very powerful. She thought that the Violet Fairy should be able to bring the people in the village back to life. Hearing little AI's words and seeing the look of anticipation on her face, Lin Tian and the others suddenly felt uncomfortable. How could a dead person come back to life? Little AI could only be said to be a miracle among miracles. The Violet Fairy lowered her head and looked at little AI. She shook her head slightly and slowly walked in front of the little girl. Then she reached out a hand and pressed down on little AI's head. Wisps of gentle divine light instantly descended and enveloped little AI. Buzz! Wisps of gentle light entered little AI's body. In the blink of an eye, the life force in the little girl's body rapidly strengthened. Soon it reached a balance with the yin qi. Then her blood-red eyes gradually returned to normal and were full of luster. The seal of life and death on her forehead also slowly disappeared and hid inside her body. That special aura also disappeared. Lin Tian and the others were both shocked and delighted. Based on little AI's natural growth, it would take at least 3 months for her eyes to return to normal. But now, with the Violet Fairy's help, little AI truly returned to normal in an instant. "Thank you, Senior." Bai Qiu expressed his gratitude. He would not call the Violet Fairy Little Purple, like Lin Tian did. The Violet Fairy shook her head at Bai Qiu and said politely, "It's all right." The Violet Fairy had a head of soft black hair that fell to her waist. She was very beautiful. In Bai Qiu's words, she really looked like a real fairy. She floated barefoot beside Lin Tian, maintaining the same height as Lin Tian. Lin Tian chatted with her for a while. Then the group walked towards the green hills near the village and rebuilt the graves of the villagers that were destroyed by Grand Emperor Luozong and the others. Little AI looked at the small graves and shed tears. Her small body kept twitching, and the space between her eyebrows lit up from time to time. Seal of life and death. The Violet Fairy's eyes flickered with a faint light. The group stayed at this place for about 2 hours before leaving. Soon, they were very far away from the green hills. Little AI was led by Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziki followed at the side. Whooshing Crocodile was carefully sizing up the Violet Fairy. "That's right, Little Purple. I have a friend who has gone missing in this heaven region. Can you help me look for him?" Lin Tian asked the Violet Fairy. The Violet Fairy was at the Emperor Realm, and an extremely powerful one at that. He believed that with the Violet Fairy's power, she would definitely be able to find Fanning Xiong quickly. "Sure." The Violet Fairy nodded. Lin Tian then imprinted Fanning Xiong's appearance with his divine sense. Immediately after, the Violet Fairy's eyes flickered with a faint light. In the blink of an eye, a few breaths passed. "Found him in an ancient land," the Violet Fairy said. Suddenly, her eyes flickered. "Barbarian king physique." When Lin Tian heard this, he had yet to recover from the pleasant surprise of "found him." The next moment, he was stunned by the words "barbarian king physique." Obviously, the barbarian king physique mentioned by the Violet Fairy was referring to Fanning Xiong, whom she had found. "He has the barbarian king physique?" He was slightly surprised. Beside him, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were also surprised. Lord Crocodile said so. That barbarian must have a barbarian king physique if he doesn't have an extremely heaven-defying aptitude. Whooshing Crocodile said at this moment. Lin Tian understood. It was no wonder that the barbarians were so nervous and angry about Fanning Xiong's disappearance. They said that Fanning Xiong was the hope of this generation of the barbarians. It turned out that he had a barbarian king physique. At the same time, he also remembered that when he first came to this realm, he was smashed back by Fanning Xiong with one punch. Even the web between his thumb and index finger almost split open. At that time, he was very surprised by the tyrannical strength of Fanning Xiong's physical body. It was far beyond the strength of a powerhouse of the same realm. Now that he knew that the other party had the barbarian king physique, he was not surprised at all. The barbarian king physique was known for its boundless strength. It could lift a hand and throw a mountain. In terms of physical strength, among the 12 king physiques, only his reincarnation physique could suppress the barbarian king physique. Moreover, it would take a little effort. That ancient land is a little special. At least, it is very special for your level of cultivation. It can be called a rare spiritual realm. There's a lot of psionic energy intertwined in the depths of that ancient land. It is very suitable for your cultivation. There should not be a big problem for each of you to advance a small level. The Violet Fairy said. This was undoubtedly a happy occasion. Lin Tian and the others' eyes lit up. Shall we walk there? The Violet Fairy looked at Lin Tian and said, We haven't walked there in a long time. Your friend is not in any danger now. There is no need to rush. When she said walk, she naturally meant walking. Lin Tian nodded. Okay, then let's walk there. Since Fan Yingxiong had been found and was not in danger, Lin Tian was naturally not in a hurry. The Violet Fairy descended from the sky. She was wearing a pure, white dress and barefoot. She stood beside Lin Tian like a little princess. Lin Tian looked at the barefoot Violet Fairy and asked, Is it okay for you to be like this? Won't it be uncomfortable? The Violet Fairy looked down and then looked up at Lin Tian. There is divine power protecting my body. It will be fine. Lin Tian blushed with sweat and felt a little embarrassed. Actually, when he thought about it, the Violet Fairy was in the Emperor realm. Even if there was no divine power protecting her body, she should not feel uncomfortable walking barefoot. After all, she was an Emperor realm powerhouse. You are confused because you are concerned. The Violet Fairy smiled, looking very sly. Lin Tian felt even more embarrassed. After the Violet Fairy pointed the way, they headed toward the ancient land where Fan Yingxiong was trapped. The group walked out of the mountain. They did not hide anything and walked along the main road. There were naturally many cultivators walking around the main road. When they saw Lin Tian and the others appear, they all turned pale with fright. It's that ruthless person. And that Thunder God King physique. He killed dozens of Dao realm powerhouses from several large clans, and still dares to strut around like this. These people, these cultivators were astonished. Among these cultivators, there were young female cultivators who looked at the group. Suddenly, their gazes all landed on the Violet Fairy. Their eyes lit up. That exquisite little girl. Her hair is so beautiful. It hangs down to her waist. She looks like a little fairy. So cute. These female cultivators looked at the Violet Fairy, their eyes flashing with fondness. Then, the eyes of some nearby cultivators also lit up. The Violet Fairy was truly too eye-catching. She is very beautiful. It's a pity that she's walking together with that ruthless person. Is she that ruthless person's sister? I don't know. The large clans won't let that ruthless person go. This girl is walking together with that ruthless person. This will be troublesome. Some cultivators shook their heads. The Violet Fairy walked barefoot beside Lin Tian. She seemed very quiet. Her black hair naturally hung down to her waist. As she walked, it swayed. It was very moving. Lin Tian and the others did not pay attention to these cultivators. They also did not pay attention to these people's discussions. The group walked along the main road, talking about things from time to time. Soon, they crossed a large mountain and appeared on another main road. There were no trees on either side of the main road. It was an ordinary flat land with plenty of grass growing. Some reddish-yellow rocks were scattered around. Naturally, there were many cultivators on this main road. When they saw Lin Tian and the others appear, they were all shocked. Many people stared. Lin Tianyi and the others were very calm. They did not pay attention to these cultivators. They talked to each other and walked into the distance. Boom! At this moment, tyrannical divine power fluctuations surged out. 7 figures appeared in the distant sky. Each of them had an astonishing aura of Tao law intertwined around their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the group. With a raise of their hands, they completely sealed the surrounding void. The 7 of them all looked like old men, but their blood and chi fluctuations were extremely vigorous. They were like 7 burning furnaces. "None of you will live," one of them said coldly, staring at Lin Tian and Baiziki. Chapter 780. The 7 old men were all intertwined with astonishing fluctuations of Tao laws. At a glance, one could tell that they were people who had surpassed the great virtue realm. Just by standing together, powerful divine power spread out in all directions, completely sealing off the void in this place. That's an ancestor of the Stone God clan. Also, there's an ancestor of the Bone clan, an ancestor of the Sorcerer clan. The 7 of them are all Wujin powerhouses. This, many cultivators' expressions changed. The 7 old men were an ancestor of the Stone God clan, the Bone clan, the Sorcerer clan, the Sea clan, the Bloodwolf clan, the Ant clan, and the Dark Shadow clan. All of them were exuberant, but their eyes were intertwined with a cold light. "We've personally come out to deal with you. Even if you die here, it's enough for you to be honored," the ancestor of the Stone God clan said coldly. The other 6 people who came with him also had eyes as sharp as knives, without the slightest emotion in them. They were the strongest combat power of their respective clans. They should have been guarding their respective clans and would not walk out of their main clans. However, they had no choice but to come out now. It was because Lin Tian and Baiziki made the other clans feel great pressure. Now these powerhouses came out. They no longer simply wanted to avenge the dead saints of their clans or wash away their shame. Instead, they wanted to deal with potential threats. Now, if they allowed Lin Tian to continue growing, there would definitely be a great calamity in the future. And there was no need to talk about the Thunder God physique. Once he reached the great perfection stage, he would be able to uproot several of their great clans with a raise of his hand. How could they allow these 2 threats to continue growing? They had to be killed. Lin Tian and the others looked at each other. Looking at the 7 old men, they opened their mouths but could not say a word. At this moment, in the eyes of the 3 people and the crocodile, the scene of the 7 Wujin powerhouses charging over was a little comical. It was as if they were acting in a circus. "Kill him directly," someone said coldly. Among the 7, the ancestor of the Stone God clan directly raised his hand. His large hand covered the sky, intertwined with strands of Tao laws, and grabbed at Lin Tian. When a Wujin powerhouse attacked, the power was a little terrifying. Wind and clouds surged in this place in an instant. The space could not withstand such fluctuations and creaked as if it would shatter in the next moment. Many cultivators around them changed their expressions. "It's over," someone murmured. Lin Tian was very monstrous, but now, how could he possibly stop a Wujin elite? The difference in cultivation was too great. Boom! The giant hand shook the heavens, ruthlessly and mercilessly grabbing at Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian! Baiziki glared at him. Even the usually calm Baiziki felt a little speechless. He turned his head and looked away. Wuxing Crocodile sighed. The god of longevity is really tired of living. There was an emperor standing here. Moreover, even in the emperor realm, he was a king-level existence. He was almost invincible under the 9 great heavenly venerables. Now, a Wujin cultivator actually dared to make a move like this. Boom! The Tao law circled around the giant hand, intertwining with monstrous waves of divine power. It was boundless and made the hearts of all the surrounding cultivators tremble. This was a cultivator at the enlightened realm. He was too strong. A casual palm had such power. Even if a cultivator at the 9th heaven of the great path attacked with all his might, he would not be able to block it. Die. The patriarch of the Stone God clan said coldly. The giant hand that pressed down emitted an even more ferocious aura, crushing everything. In the blink of an eye, the giant hand approached and truly pressed down on Lin Tian's head. At this moment, the Violet Fairy looked up and stared at the patriarch of the Stone God clan. A faint light flashed in her eyes. Poof! The patriarch of the Stone God clan's extended hand shattered directly. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. The entire arm evaporated into thin air. Then, the patriarch of the Stone God clan's body exploded with a poof and scattered with a light breeze like sand. This scene immediately caused the expressions of all the cultivators to change. What? The patriarch of the Stone God clan is dead. How can it be? What happened? The cultivators all changed their expressions. Among them, a young female cultivator widened her eyes. She pointed at the Violet Fairy and said in a trembling voice, She. That beautiful little girl, who looks like a fairy, seemed to have glanced at the patriarch of the Stone God clan just now? I saw it too. Me too. That girl! Some other female cultivators also spoke up, their faces full of shock. In this place, all the female cultivators were captivated by the Violet Fairy. When the patriarch of the Stone God clan attacked Lin Tian, the Violet Fairy was right next to Lin Tian. These female cultivators all looked at the Violet Fairy and felt that it was a pity that the Violet Fairy was also going to suffer. It was also because they were looking at the Violet Fairy that they saw her tiny movements. At this moment, the patriarch of the Sorcerer clan and the others on the opposite side were shocked. The moment the patriarch of the Stone God clan exploded, they clearly felt an extremely terrifying pressure. It felt as if the starry sky was pressing down on them. You. Who are you? The patriarch of the Bone clan said in a trembling voice. At this moment, the 6 Wuzhen powerhouses all looked at the Violet Fairy with a sense of fear. Cold sweat instantly drenched their backs. The Violet Fairy looked at the 6 of them. Divine light intertwined around her, and 6 beams of God-slaying light appeared. The imperial aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Instantly, the 6 Wuzhen elders were even more terrified. They could not stop trembling as if the end of the world had come. You, Imperial Emperor. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 6 beams of God-slaying light pressed down in the blink of an eye and instantly destroyed the 6 of them, using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The whooshing crocodile shrank its neck. Near this avenue, all the cultivators were stunned. Then, one by one, they trembled and looked at the Violet Fairy beside Lin Tian in horror. Their hearts were all beating wildly. This, she, an imperial emperor? How is this possible? This beautiful little girl. How could she be an imperial emperor? Everyone was stunned. Lin Tian glanced at the cultivators nearby and did not pay them any attention. However, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. I suddenly thought of changing our route temporarily and visiting the Stone God clan and the other major clans. What do you think? He said. Fan Yingxiong has been found, and he is not in danger. Naturally, he doesn't need to worry about Fan Yingxiong now. Hearing his words, the whooshing crocodile and Bai Qiu both widened their eyes. Bai Ziki opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. Bai Qiu glanced at the Violet Fairy and whispered, Go visit! I've always been taken care of by them. It's only right to pay them a visit. Lin Tiandao looked at the Violet Fairy and asked, What do you think? Okay. The Violet Fairy nodded. Then it's decided. Lin Tian smiled and said, Let's go on foot. Let's start with the Ant Clan and visit them one by one. He emphasized the word visit, particularly loudly. Whooshing Crocodile, Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziki. Bringing an imperial emperor to visit the major clans will scare them to death. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. In the 4th heaven, the location of the major clans was naturally not a secret. Everyone knew about it. Lin Tianyi and the others changed their direction and walked in another direction. Because they were walking, the speed of the group was naturally not very fast. During this process, divine sense images were quickly transmitted to every corner of this great world. It was the scene of the old ancestor of the Stone God clan and the other 6 grand elders chasing after Lin Tian, only to be wiped out by the Violet Fairy in the blink of an eye. This instantly shocked the entire 4th heaven. That little girl, is she really an imperial emperor? Those who witnessed that scene with their own eyes said that they felt a wisp of imperial pressure, as if a galaxy was pressing down on them. That ruthless man, how could he have an imperial emperor by his side? Such a beautiful and delicate little girl. She is actually an imperial emperor. Many cultivators were shocked. In an instant, a monstrous wave swept across the entire 4th heaven, causing the hearts of all the cultivators and major clans to tremble. An emperor had walked out of the heaven realm. After the deaths of the Stone God clan ancestor and the Bone clan ancestor, the Stone God clan and the other great clans were the first to notice, but before they had time to investigate, the contents of the intertwined divine sense imprints that were circulating in this heaven domain were quickly transmitted back to the main clan at the center of each clan. In an instant, the 7 great clans all became terrified. How could this be? He has an imperial emperor by his side. How could a legendary existence be by his side? How is this possible? The big figures of the major clans trembled. An imperial emperor, an existence in the chaos realm. How could such a peerless existence be by Lin Tian's side? They had sent out powerhouses several times to desperately hunt down Lin Tian, but Lin Tian had an imperial emperor by his side. This was tantamount to provoking an imperial emperor in disguise, an imperial emperor that was a legendary existence. That day, all of the great clans were terrified from top to bottom. They couldn't sit still. It was also on this day that, after the divine sense images were transmitted, a cultivator said, "That ruthless man, together with that imperial emperor, seems to be heading towards the main clan of the Ant clan." As soon as this voice came out, many people widened their eyes, and their hearts skipped a beat. That ruthless man, what is he going to do? Is he going to attack the Ant clan with an imperial emperor? Many cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. The experts of the Ant clan naturally heard the news as soon as possible. Suddenly, all the big figures trembled. Lin Tian had brought the imperial dynasty's clan over. What is he going to do? The main clan of the Ant clan was located at the top of a majestic mountain. The surrounding spiritual energy was extremely dense, and it was very suitable for cultivation. Lin Tian and his group walked on foot, and only after 2 days did they reach the vicinity of the mountain. They slowly walked towards the mountain. At the same time, Lin Tian directly said, "Lin Tian is here to pay a visit." Whooshing Crocodile by Chiao and by Ziki. I wonder if the big figures of this clan will faint from fear. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Chapter 781. When they heard that Lin Tian was leading the Violet Fairy towards the Ant tribe, the important figures of the Ant tribe were truly frightened. They even forgot about the death of their own ancestor Wuzhen. All the important figures who were still alive walked out, and the other experts walked out as well. They had been waiting at the foot of the Ant tribe's mountain for a long time. When they saw Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy approaching, no one dared to hesitate. They all rushed over as fast as they could and knelt on the ground to pay their respects. The Violet Fairy stood beside Lin Tian with her black hair draped behind her back. She didn't express anything towards the cultivators of the Ant tribe. Lin Tianwei narrowed her eyes and sized up the people of this tribe. In the past, the people of this tribe had tried to kill her several times. Now, they were all kneeling in front of her. Even the tribe leader and grand elder of this tribe were no exception. It was a huge contrast. Whooshing Crocodile was very direct. He stared at the experts of the Ant tribe and said, "Little ants, how many times have you tried to kill Lin Tian?" When the experts of the Ant tribe heard this, they all trembled in fear. How would they dare to admit it at this time? The tribe leader of this tribe trembled and said, "It's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. How would we dare to do that? We definitely don't have such intentions." Previously, that junior of the clan thought that he was a genius young supreme and offended young friend Lin. He deserved to be killed by young friend Lin, but we didn't care. After that, the people who went out to provoke young friend Lin were all related to that bastard junior. They weren't ordered by our clan. Our clan doesn't have the slightest bit of enmity towards young friend Lin. Now, the Emperor rank Violet Fairy was standing beside Lin Tian. Moreover, they seemed to have a very good relationship. This caused the cultivators of the ant tribe to tremble in fear. At this time, the tribe leader of the ant tribe angrily denounced the young supreme of the ant tribe as a vile junior. He only hoped that Lin Tian wouldn't be angry because, once Lin Tian was angry, it meant that the Violet Fairy was angry. The Violet Fairy was an emperor. If an emperor was angry, he could wipe the ant tribe from this world with a raise of his hand. Oh! Wuxing Crocodile didn't let it go. Your tribe's ancestor Wuxin is also related to that vile junior. Hearing this, the experts of the ant race all trembled. Ancestor is the great-grandfather of that evil creature's descendant. The ant tribe leader said in a trembling voice. Bai Qiu had heard Lin Tian mention the grudges between the ant tribe and the other tribes. He glanced at the leader of the ant tribe and snorted. Lin Tian glanced at the members of the ant tribe and did not speak. The Violet Fairy did not care either, causing the ant tribe leader and the others to not dare to stand up. They were all trembling. Lin Tian's eyes glinted. After a while he said, "All right, I'll take it that you ants have no intention of killing me." As soon as he said this, all the important figures of the ant race were overjoyed. They didn't expect Lin Tian to believe him so easily. One of the grand elders from the same faction said excitedly, "Thank you, young friend Lin. Thank you, little friend Lin." Lin Tian's words were equivalent to the ant tribe being saved. They didn't have to worry about being destroyed by the emperor. At this moment, Lin Tian spoke again. "However, I don't think that your ant tribe has such intentions. But your ant tribe has indeed sent experts to hunt me down several times. It has greatly affected me and delayed my cultivation. In the end, this is related to your ant tribe. I think that it's only right for you to make some compensation for this, right?" "Of course, of course, of course," the ant tribe leader said repeatedly. At this moment, the ant tribe only hoped that Lin Tian wouldn't be angry. How could they dare to question Lin Tian's words? "Young friend Lin, what do you want? As long as it's something that our tribe can offer, we won't dare to hesitate in the slightest." One of the ant tribe's grand elders carefully glanced at the Violet Fairy and said, "All right." Lin Tiandao said, "Your tribe should have a high-grade Dao weapon. In the future, I want to cultivate a certain paragon art and need a Dharma treasure of this level. Also, I'm very short on Lingjing. Your tribe should have accumulated a lot of Lingjing. Just give me the high-grade Dao weapon and Lingjing that you've accumulated. You won't have any objections?" "What? A high-grade Dao weapon is our tribe's strongest Dharma treasure. The Lingjing needs to be nurtured when they're young. Young friend Lin, this won't do. Young friend Lin, can you change your condition?" The important figures of the ant tribe were anxious. Lin Tian was very calm. He said, "Other than the high-grade Dao weapon and Lingjing, give me all the Baodan. I want the low-grade Dao weapon too. I want the immortal artifact level Dharma treasure too." Lin Tiandao. All the important figures of the ant tribe trembled and nodded. They didn't dare to have any objections. Now, an emperor was standing beside Lin Tian. The ant tribe didn't have the right to negotiate at all, let alone the courage to refute. If they didn't give up, after the Violet Fairy destroyed them, Lin Tian could take it himself. At this time, if they hesitated, the ant tribe's mystic arts and Dharma treasures of other levels would all be taken away. They were even afraid that Lin Tian would lose his patience and ask the Violet Fairy to destroy them directly. Immediately, a grand elder of this branch gritted his teeth and personally took out the treasures that Lin Tian requested. A high-grade Dao weapon level fan, a total of 13 mid-grade and low-grade Dao weapons, and more than 100 immortal artifact level Dharma treasures. As for the Ling Jing, it wasn't a small amount either. There were more than 800,000 kilograms piled up in front of Lin Tian. According to young friend Lin's request, all of it is here. The Grand Elder's face was pained. His body trembled and his eyes were bloodshot. These things were 90% of the ant tribe's heritage. Wuxing Crocodile by Chiu and by Ziki stared at the pair of Dharma treasures Ling Jing in front of them. They were all speechless. This was really a naked robbery. Moreover, the important figures of the ant tribe had personally delivered it to them. Lin Tian raised his hand and put away all the treasures. "Thank you for your hospitality," he said. "Thank you." As soon as he said this, the important figures of the ant tribe felt as if their hearts had been stabbed with a knife. It was extremely uncomfortable. The ant tribe elder said, trembling as he looked at the Violet Fairy and then at Lin Tian and the others. He invited, "Emperor, young friend Lin, and everyone else, would you like to come to my tribe and have a seat?" At this time, the important figures of the ant tribe were all heartbroken, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't even dare to hate Lin Tian. If they were discovered, it would bring a devastating disaster to the ant tribe. "There's no need. We'll leave now," Lin Tian said. "We still have to visit a few other large tribes. Everyone, there's no need to see us off," he said. After saying this, he nodded at Bai Qiu and the others. After saying goodbye to the Violet Fairy, he walked back the way he came. The powerful figures of the ant tribe were heartbroken and relieved at the same time. The feeling in their hearts was indescribable. "Farewell, Emperor. Farewell, young friend Lin," some of the important figures said. Soon, the figures of Lin Tian and the others disappeared from the sight of the important figures of the ant tribe. Instantly, the tribe leader and several grand elders of the ant tribe coughed up blood. More blood vessels appeared in their eyes. One by one, they fainted. Tribe leader, elders, the group of cultivators of the ant tribe was shocked and anxious. They hurriedly surrounded them. "Haha, this is so cool. Kid, you're so talented." On the main road, thousands of feet away from the ant tribe, Wuxing Crocodile laughed loudly and almost shed tears. It actually wanted to say "too despicable," but changed it at the last minute. It was afraid that the Violet Fairy would slap it. Lin Tian laughed. "They're always chasing after me. This time the tables have turned. I'll take the initiative for once." By Qiu and by Ziki, "Lord Crocodile likes it." Wuxing Crocodile laughed loudly. The Violet Fairy didn't say anything. It quietly followed beside Lin Tian. On this day, the group left the ant tribe. As usual, they walked on foot toward the central tribe of the Dark Shadow tribe. The central tribe of the Dark Shadow tribe wasn't close to the main tribe of the ant tribe. Lin Tian and the others walked at a steady pace. It was unknown how many cultivators they attracted. Many people looked at the Violet Fairy from afar, their hearts palpitating. An emperor is following beside him. This ruthless person. What is his relationship with that emperor? Many people's hearts trembled. Not long after, the patriarchs of many large tribes in this region walked out and bowed to the Violet Fairy from afar. The commotion caused by the birth of an emperor was truly too great. The Violet Fairy didn't say anything to the patriarchs who came to pay their respects. Lin Tian and the others didn't care either. That ruthless person, where are they going? That direction, it seems to be, is the location of the Dark Shadow tribe's main tribe. Some cultivators saw it. The group of cultivators didn't dare to approach. They carefully followed behind the group, wanting to know what was going to happen next. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian and the others arrived outside the main tribe of the Dark Shadow tribe. Lin Tian is here to visit. Lin Tian's voice sounded. Like the ant tribe, the people of the Dark Shadow tribe had heard that Lin Tian was coming to the central tribe with the Violet Fairy. The big shots and experts of this tribe were waiting outside the tribe. When they saw that Lin Tian really brought the Violet Fairy to this place, they all trembled. With fear on their faces, they all knelt on the ground and bowed, greeting the Emperor in unison. Let's cut to the chase. The Dark Shadow tribe has chased after Lin Tian many times. Today, you have to give us an explanation. Our Emperor is benevolent and won't lower himself to your level. However, we will definitely compensate you. Do you have any objections? Whooshing Crocodile went straight to the point. The Dark Shadow tribe said that they didn't dare, and the Violet Fairy followed suit. Whether it was Lin Tian or not, no one dared to refute. Not bad, sensible. Whooshing Crocodile was very satisfied. The outcome was no different from the ant tribes. On this day, the Dark Shadow tribe's most powerful high-grade Dao weapon, the mid-grade Dao weapons, low-grade Dao weapons, immortal artifacts, Lingjing and Baodan were all taken away. Among them, there was one high-grade Dao weapon, 14 mid-grade and low-grade Dao weapons, more than 100 immortal artifacts, and more than 700,000 kilograms of Lingjing. Naturally, there were countless Baodan and other items. This made the big shots of the Dark Shadow tribe bleed in pain, but there was nothing they could do. Now, the Emperor-level Violet Fairy was with Lin Tian and the others. What right did their tribe have to resist? How could they dare to resist? Chapter 782. The important figures of the Dark Shadow race trembled with heartache and almost fainted. However, Lin Tian and the others didn't care about this at all. They had reaped what they sowed in the past. The so-called cycle of karma was just that simple. Let's go to the Blood Wolf tribe. Lin Tiandao, we're going to take all the treasures of the top few tribes in this heaven domain. If we gather all of them, there'll be great treasures. Whooshing Crocodile clicked its tongue. It was an old monster that had reached the peak of Nirvana realm. It wouldn't be interested in ordinary things. However, if the treasures of several tribes were combined, it wouldn't be simple. Lingjing alone was a huge number. Its value was shocking. The group left the main tribe of the Dark Shadow tribe and walked along the main road toward the main tribe of the Blood Wolf tribe. Far away from the main tribe of the Dark Shadow tribe, many cultivators followed behind them. Naturally, they saw Lin Tian and the others take away the treasures of this tribe. They all widened their eyes. The upper-grade Dao weapons of the Dark Shadow tribe were taken away just like that. Not only the upper-grade Dao weapons, but also the middle-grade Dao weapons, the low-grade Dao weapons, and Immortal Baodan. This is robbery? It seems so. The Dark Shadow tribe went to the Ant tribe before. Could it be that the Ant tribe was also... Some cultivators looked at each other and were all in a daze. Many cultivators stared at the direction Lin Tian and the others were going. Someone whispered, "They're going to the Blood Wolf tribe." Some cultivators followed them carefully from afar in awe. Lin Tian and the others walked slowly and talked to each other from time to time. Soon, they arrived in front of the main tribe of the Blood Wolf tribe. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The bigwigs and experts of the Blood Wolf tribe all came out to welcome them. They all knelt down and saluted in shock and fear. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he glanced at this group of people. There was nothing much to say about the outcome. About 2 hours later, the group left with 90% of the Blood Wolf tribe's resources. This included more than 800,000 kilograms of Lingjing, a high-grade Dao soldier, dozens of ordinary Dao soldiers, over 100 immortal artifacts, and even more immortal herbs such as Baodan. The cultivators who followed from afar stared blankly, and some even swallowed their saliva. Blood, the Blood Wolf clan, was also heading towards the bone race again. He wants to, bringing the Emperor to raid the various clans. Many cultivators widened their eyes. A group of cultivators cautiously followed behind. Many of them felt a chill run down their spines. In the following period of time, Lin Tian went to the bone race, the sorcerer race, and the sea race one after another. Just like when he went to the ant race, the dark shadow race, and the blood wolf tribe, he took away 90% of the resources of the three clans. It had to be said that as the second-level superpowers in this heaven region, the resources of these three clans were indeed much stronger than those of the ant race and the other clans. Each clan had more than 5 million kilograms of Lingjing alone. They also had more Dharma treasures than the ant race and the other clans. During this process, the bigwigs of the clans were bleeding in their hearts. However, they could only hand over the treasures with both hands. No one dared to anger Lin Tianyi and the others at this time because an emperor was following beside them. TSK, what a great harvest! Wuxing Crocodile laughed. After going through 6 clans, they had a total of 6 high-grade Dao soldiers, 37 middle-grade Dao soldiers, 59 low-grade Dao soldiers, and more than 1,000 immortal artifacts. The Lingjing had a total of 5 million kilograms, and the Baodan and other treasures were even more shocking. Let's go to the Stone God clan. Lin Tiandao, Wuxing Crocodile chuckled. This clan is one of the top superpowers in this heaven region. Their resources must be even more powerful. The group crossed several mountain ranges and walked towards the Stone God clan at a moderate pace. At this time, there were even more cultivators following behind them. They were densely packed. These cultivators had witnessed Lin Tian and the others take away 90% of the resources of the Dark Shadow clan, Blood Wolf clan, Bone clan, Witch clan, and Sea clan. They were already dumbfounded. Now that they saw the group walking towards the most powerful clan, the Stone God clan, they couldn't help but tremble. A cultivator shrunk his neck. That's really ruthless. Lin Tian and the others were not fast. After about 3 days, they arrived near the Stone God clan. Looking from afar, the center of the Stone God clan was very magnificent. There were many tall stone palaces, and many places were engraved with powerful Tao patterns. The spirit qi in the air was very shocking. It was much stronger than the bone race, the sorcerer race, and the sea race. Lin Tian is here to visit. Lin Tian's voice came from afar. Hearing this voice, the cultivators following behind cursed silently. This visit was simply asking for death. To the Stone God clan, these words were no doubt a destructive divine sword. It was a terrifying symbol. In front of this clan, a group of important figures and other powerful cultivators of the clan came forward to greet them. Every one of them had a look of awe and fear on their faces. Like the cultivators of the other clans, they all knelt down and saluted the Violet Fairy. Do we need to say more? Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. We understand. The Stone God clan leader said these words while enduring the pain. He took out a high-grade stone ring. Lin Tian had led the Violet Fairies to the Ant tribe and the other 6 great tribes, taking away 90% of their treasures. The Stone Gods knew that their lineage would not be able to escape such misfortune, so they had already prepared everything. They were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Even the 2 surviving Wuxin old ancestors could only bow their heads obediently. This was because Lin Tian was followed by an emperor. In front of the emperor, the strength of the 4th heaven was no different from trash. If they angered Lin Tian and provoked the Violet Fairy, their clan would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian raised his hand and took the stone ring from the Stone God clan leader's hand. He swept it with his divine sense and found that there was a high-grade Dao weapon, a dozen ordinary Dao weapons, more than 100 immortal weapons, 5 million genes of Lingjing, and many Baodan inside. He looked at the Stone God clan leader and said, I remember that your Stone God clan has a high-grade Dao weapon. The amount of Lingjing should be more than 5 million genes, right? The Bone race also has nearly 6 million genes of Lingjing. In the 4th heaven, the Stone God clan, the Angel clan, and the Holy Light clan each had 3 high-grade Dao weapons. Previously, when the holy son of the Stone God clan wanted to kill him, he snatched a high-grade Dao weapon from the other party. This way, the Stone God clan only had 2 high-grade Dao weapons left. Now, the Stone God clan only took one out. Obviously, there was still one hidden in the clan. As for the amount of Lingjing, the Stone God clan obviously had more than one. 5 million genes. Can't you leave some for my clan? The Stone God clan leader said in a trembling voice. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just looked at the other party calmly. Immediately, the Stone God clan's clan leader, a great Dao realm expert, trembled. Even though Lin Tian did not say anything, he felt a wave of fear. He was afraid that Lin Tian would say something that he was afraid of hearing. Immediately, he took out the other high-grade Dao artifact from his clan. At the same time, he also took out 60 kilograms of celestial spirit crystals and presented them to Lin Tian with both hands. It's all here, the Stone God clan leader said in a trembling voice. His heart ached so much that he almost couldn't breathe. Lin Tian raised his hand and put it away, as expected of one of the 3 strongest forces in this heaven. They actually have dozens of genes of immortal Lingjing. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said, 60 genes of immortal Lingjing was equivalent to 600,000 genes of ordinary Lingjing, or even more. With the amount of Lingjing, it is almost comparable to the dragon-seeking family in the Thoid heaven. Lin Tian said in his heart. He didn't care and put away the last high-grade Dao weapon of the Stone God clan and the 60 genes of immortal Lingjing. Thank you for your kindness, he said, and then left with the Violet Fairy and the others. There's no need to send us off. Wuxing Crocodile said to the people of the Stone God clan. The big shots of the Stone God clan almost fainted, but they didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. They all bowed deeply. Farewell, your majesty, everyone said in unison. They endured the pain in their hearts as they shouted out these 4 words. They were extremely respectful. At this moment, the eyes of the big shots of this clan were bloodshot. They didn't dare to hate Lin Tian. Instead, they hated the holy son of their clan who had been killed by Lin Tian. At the same time, they hated themselves and regretted it. They regretted provoking Lin Tian again and again. If not for that, how could they have ended up like this today? In the distance, the group of cultivators who followed Lin Tianyi and the others were in a daze. They were like clay sculptures. He really took the emperor to rob several big clans. Someone murmured, staring at the backs of Lin Tian and the others, and seeing the Violet Fairy quietly following Lin Tian. The cultivators felt an indescribable shock in their hearts. It felt as if the Violet Fairy, the Emperor, was centered around Lin Tian. Who the hell is he? Some cultivators felt a chill down their spines. Lin Tianyi and the others left the territory of the Stone God clan and walked on a main road. After passing through 7 big clans, they obtained a total of 8 high-grade Dao weapons, more than 100 ordinary Dao weapons, more than 1,000 immortal artifacts, and nearly 10 million genes of Lingjing, Baodan, and other treasures. Needless to say, there were countless of them, and all of this was offered by the 7 big clans with both hands. Awesome! The Wuxing Crocodile laughed heartily. Lin Tian didn't say anything about this, but he felt very relieved. Some time ago, he had been hunted down by these big clans together several times. He looked at the Violet Fairy and said, "Let's go to the ancient land where my friend is trapped." The Violet Fairy nodded. All right. Then, the group walked in the direction the Violet Fairy had pointed and soon arrived at a slightly larger mountain range. Is this the place? Bai Qiu was curious. She scanned the surroundings with her divine sense and found that this place seemed very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. The Violet Fairy raised her hand and a circle of divine light flashed. Suddenly, the void in front of them rippled like water. Immediately after, a wondrous scene appeared behind these ripples, revealing a beautiful mountain range. There were waterfalls suspended in the air, rainbows in the sky, and stalks of extremely special, wondrous trees. They were all things that couldn't be seen outside, growing extremely luxuriantly. Chapter 783. When Lin Tian saw the scene behind the ripples and heard the Violet Fairy's words, he couldn't help but nod secretly. Back then, there was a similar space in the God of Heaven Mountain outside little AI's village. However, the space barrier there seemed to be much weaker than here. He could enter with the dragon burial scripture, and an ancestor of the witch race had also stepped in. The group of people stepped through the door of the spirit domain that the Violet Fairy had opened, and immediately felt the abundant spiritual energy fluctuations. It was about twice as rich as the outside world. A real blessed land for immortal cultivators. Bai Qiu whispered. Lin Tian and the others followed the direction the Violet Fairy had pointed out and continued to walk forward in this spirit domain. Not long after, they saw several corpses one after another. Although they were all badly mutilated, they could tell that they were all cultivators of the insect race. They should have been at the peak of the half-step Great Tao when they were alive. Lin Tian frowned. They chased after Hero all the way and entered at the same time. Then they died? That's about it. Whooshing Crocodile said there will usually be powerful demonic spirits in a spirit domain like this, similar to the guardian beasts. I reckon that these insect race people were killed by the demonic spirits in this domain. It had once been at the peak of the Nirvana realm, so it naturally knew a lot about special small spaces like the spirit domain. Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but worry, even though he knew that Fan Ningxiong wasn't killed. As if seeing his worry, the Violet Fairy said, "That person is very safe." She walked barefoot as she led the way from the side. Soon, a few large rocks appeared in front of them. Under the large rock in the middle, a burly young man was sitting on the ground. There were traces of blood on his clothes, but they had already coagulated and lost the smell of blood. Moreover, at the same time, a strange world of light appeared behind the youth, displaying broken great mountains one after another. The aura it released was extremely shocking. Lin Tian glanced over. The young man with a muscular build was naturally none other than Fan Ningxiong. At this moment, the world of light behind him was somewhat tyrannical. Those broken mountains seemed to be nurturing a terrifying energy that could suppress everything. Immortal splitting mountain of the king's territory, Baiziki said in a deep voice. He had the thunder god physique, one of the 12 king physiques. Naturally, he would read ancient books about the other king physiques. Other than the reincarnation physiques king region, he had read about the other king physiques in ancient books. Now he was also very clear about the king's territory of the reincarnation body. After all, he knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body and had also seen Lin Tian cast the reincarnation portrait of the king's territory. There are some naturally formed spirit inscriptions here that are extremely beneficial for cultivating divine abilities. He is currently comprehending the king's territory, and he seems to be comprehending it unconsciously. He doesn't even know that he is cultivating the king's territory. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. From the looks of it, Fan Ningxiong did not appear to be training on his own. However, it was also because of this that it was even rarer to comprehend the king's territory under such circumstances. It was equivalent to comprehending the Tao. Hence, when Fan Ningxiong woke up after this, his comprehension of the king's territory would definitely be deeper, and his combat power would be much stronger too. At this juncture, he naturally wouldn't disturb him or wake him up. Instead, he stood by the side with the Violet Fairy and the others, waiting for Fan Ningxiong to wake up on his own. Buzz! Light intertwined and a great force would emanate from Fan Ningxiong's body from time to time, causing the ground to shake slightly. Rumor has it that the barbarian king physique has infinite power, and that's really the case. Even the king's territory is reflected in the point of power. During the process of comprehension, the ground beneath him is shaking too. Whooshing Crocodile said, "In terms of physical strength alone, I'm afraid only the reincarnation physique can suppress the barbarian king physique among the other 11 king physiques. Baiziki said and glanced at Lin Tianyi. Lin Tian didn't say anything and simply waited quietly at the side while whispering to the Violet Fairy from time to time. Soon, 2 days passed. On this day, the king's territory behind Fan Yingxiong suddenly emitted a dazzling divine light before hiding in his body. In the next moment, Fan Yingxiong opened his eyes with a trace of confusion in them. Gradually, the confusion in his eyes disappeared, and he suddenly looked shocked because, at this moment, he saw a group of people standing in front of him as soon as he opened his eyes. However, fortunately, Lin Tian was among them. Fan Yingxiong knew Lin Tian, and after seeing Lin Tian, the surprise on his face disappeared slightly. "Brother Lin, why are you here?" "Also, they are." As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. "Oh, right. The clan uncles and the branch clan leader are in danger. I have to go to the central main clan to ask the clan leader and the others. I'm trapped here. Brother Lin, you guys can come in, but can you go out now?" A hint of sadness flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he paused before saying, "There's no need for that, Yingxiong. The matter outside has already ended." Wuxing Crocodile looked at Fan Yingxiong and didn't say anything at this moment. Baiziki and Baiqiu naturally didn't say anything either. "It's over? What do you mean?" "Brother Lin, you already know what happened to the branch clan there. Then, what happened to my uncles and companions, as well as the old patriarchs of the branch families?" Fan Yingxiong was a little anxious. Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, "They're gone." Fan Yingxiong's burly body trembled violently, and his eyes suddenly became menacing while the veins on his forehead bulged. In fact, before he asked Lin Tian that question, he had already guessed the result. Back then, when the powerhouses of the insect race attacked the branch clan of the barbarian race, the people of the branch clan did their best to protect him and berated him to leave. While he was seriously injured, he ran to the main clan of the barbarian race to ask for help. However, he accidentally entered this space together with a few powerhouses of the insect race who were chasing after him. Afterwards, he couldn't break in for several days and finally fainted for some reason. Now, when he woke up, he knew very well that after such a long time had passed, no one in the branch clan could still be alive. "I want revenge," he suddenly roared, and his entire body was filled with hostility. His eyes were instantly filled with blood vessels, and his appearance was particularly frightening. Lin Tianyi was shocked. At this moment, Fan Yingxiong seemed to have suddenly become demonic and showed signs of losing his rationality. At that moment, he didn't hesitate and directly propped up the reincarnation map. The divine and holy light immediately spread out and enveloped Fan Yingxiong in it, suppressing Fan Yingxiong's violent divine power and stabilizing his mind at the same time. Beside him, the Violet Fairy was originally very calm, but at this moment she was slightly moved, and a trace of starlight flashed in her beautiful, gem-like eyes. However, in the end, she didn't say anything and just raised her head to look at the divine map in front of her. The reincarnation map shone brightly, and the divine and holy aura surrounded Fan Yingxiong, causing the hostility on Fan Yingxiong's body to gradually weaken. The blood vessels in his eyes also dissipated a lot, and his rationality stabilized. After a while, Lin Tian put away the reincarnation map. Fan Yingxiong was much better, but his murderous aura was still there, and he clenched his fists tightly. "I want revenge. I want revenge. We've already had our revenge," Lin Tian said. He told Fan Yingxiong about how he and his group had joined forces with the barbarian tribe's elder and other powerhouses to destroy the insect tribe. Fan Yingxiong trembled again, and tears actually fell from his eyes. "My uncles, the old tribe leader, my companions, they all died for me. I've had my revenge, but they can't come back to life." This barbarian youth shed tears and said many things. When he was young, he was naughty and went to steal the eggs of ferocious beasts and almost died, and one of his uncles lost an arm to save him. His companions were older than him, and they gave in to him. The old tribe leader of the branch clan taught him cultivation, and he was more like a teacher, but more like a grandfather. Lin Tian felt very uncomfortable. In front of him, this burly barbarian was crying like this, and he could imagine how terrible it must have been for him. Listening to Fan Yingxiong talk about the past, he finally understood why Fan Yingxiong refused the invitations of the barbarian tribe's elder and the grand elders, and why he didn't want to go to the central main tribe and wanted to stay in the small branch clan. This strong man liked that place from the bottom of his heart. He patted Fan Yingxiong's shoulder and didn't say anything to comfort him, but he blamed himself in his heart. In the end, the destruction of the small barbarian branch clan was ultimately related to him. Wuxing Crocodile by Ziki and by Qiu didn't say anything, and the Violet Fairy was even more calm. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed, and Fan Yingxiong finally felt much better. He clenched his fists and swore, "I will become strong and protect my people in the future." These are the last words my uncles, the old tribe leader of the branch clan, and my companions told me. Hearing Fan Yingxiong say this, Lin Tian nodded and patted Fan Yingxiong's shoulder. "That's how it should be. Big guy, in the future, use your fists to tell the world that if anyone dares to bully the barbarians, you will beat them up. This is the hard truth." Wuxing Crocodile spoke at this time. Fan Yingxiong clenched his fists, and there was pain in his eyes, but he nodded heavily. After a while, Fan Yingxiong's emotions became more stable. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the Violet Fairy beside him. The Violet Fairy nodded and said, "Let's go to the depths of this spirit realm." This spirit realm was very large. Lin Tian let Fan Yingxiong follow, and the group walked towards the depths of the spirit realm unhurriedly. They walked between the strange ancient trees and walked towards the depths. Then, not long after, the roar of a beast rang out, and a wild python dozens of meters long appeared. It flicked its tongue, and its body was covered in poisonous spots. Its snake eyes were crimson red. Boom! The earth shook, and on the other side, a 5-meter-tall, fire-devouring gorilla appeared. It spat out flames from its mouth, and its demonic aura was extremely dense. Then, with a rumbling sound, a fierce hurricane rolled up, and a giant bird appeared in the sky. Its eyes were dark blue, and it stared coldly at Lin Tian and the others. It was obvious that it saw them as invaders. Fan Yingxiong was still suffering from the pain of the deaths of his people in the barbarian tribe's branch clan. However, when he saw the 3 ferocious beasts, he was still moved. He said, "Be careful. These demonic beasts are very strong." A few of the top half-step great Dao cultivators of the insect race were killed by them in the blink of an eye. Chapter 784. Lin Tian and the others naturally felt the strength of the 3 ferocious beasts. They were almost comparable to the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Path. The demonic qi they emitted was extremely dense. However, Lin Tian and the others were not the least bit afraid of this. Roar! The 3 ferocious beasts roared in unison and rushed towards them. However, in the next moment, the 3 ferocious beasts saw the Violet Fairy beside Lin Tian. They all trembled and immediately fell to the ground, whimpering and trembling. Their demonic eyes were filled with fear. The Violet Fairy was the empress of the demonic beast race, an absolute superior. The 3 ferocious beasts felt the imperial aura from the Violet Fairy and were naturally terrified. They did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Violet Fairy, and all prostrated themselves on the ground, worshipping the Violet Fairy. Lin Tian and the others looked normal, but Fan Yingxiong was extremely shocked. Before this, the 3 ferocious beasts had easily killed several top half-step Great Path insect race experts. But now, before they could even fight, they were prostrating themselves on the ground and trembling. This made his face full of shock. Then, he quickly discovered the source of the 3 ferocious beasts' fear. It turned out to be the little girl beside Lin Tian, who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old. Immediately, he was even more surprised. This, in short, don't worry about anything. Lin Tian patted him on the shoulder. Fan Xiong listened to Lin Tian's words and looked at the Violet Fairy with surprise. He muttered, "Oh, oh." Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian and the others did not pay too much attention to Fan Xiong's surprise at this moment and continued to walk towards the depths. The group walked on foot. As they walked deeper, several powerful, ferocious beasts attacked from the front and back. However, before they really got close, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, intimidated by the Violet Fairy's natural imperial aura. Soon, more than an hour had passed. The group arrived at the depths of the spirit realm. The spirit chi floating in the air suddenly rose in a straight line and became extremely dense. As far as the eye could see, there was a spring not far ahead. The water in the spring was slightly viscous, and the dense spirit chi was also spreading out from this viscous water source. This is... Lin Tianyi was shocked. The spring here wasn't small, with a radius of over 100 feet. This viscous water was actually formed by the liquid form of spiritual energy. Beside him, Baiziki, Baiqiu, and Wuxing Crocodile were all stunned. Even Fan Xiong was no exception. Good stuff. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up as it stared at the spring in front of it. There were many powerful, ferocious beasts around the spring. However, when the Violet Fairy arrived, these ferocious beasts all trembled and fled with their tails between their legs, not daring to act rashly. By relying on the spirit liquid in the spring to cultivate, each of you will be able to raise your cultivation by at least one small stage. Violet Fairy versus Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian nodded and said goodbye to Baiqiu, Baiziki, Fan Xiong, and Wuxing Crocodile before entering the spring. Before coming here, Violet Fairy had already told them that there was something special about this space. Therefore, they were only shocked for a moment before regaining their senses. As for Fan Xiong, Lin Tian had also told them about this on their way to the depths of this space. Lin Tian stepped into the spring and sat cross-legged on the surface of the spring. He raised his head and looked at Violet Fairy. "I will protect you," Violet Fairy said. She brought little AI and sat down on a blue stone at the side. Lin Tian nodded at Violet Fairy, then closed his eyes and began to circulate the Heart Sutra of Sunday 1. Faint golden light intertwined within his body as he began to guide the spirit liquid in the spring to cultivate. Not far from him was Baiziki. Faint divine light also intertwined around Baiziki's body. However, he wasn't cultivating with the goal of raising his cultivation level. Instead, he was using the spiritual energy here to cultivate some kind of magical power. For a moment, the 4 people and the crocodile each took a position. The spirit liquid in the spring began to boil involuntarily. Streaks of spirit light rushed out from the spirit liquid and surged towards the 4 people and the crocodile like streams of light. 1. Several different auras intertwined, and several different waves of energy spread out. All of them were very powerful. Violet Fairy sat on the blue stone and looked at Lin Tian in the spring. She seemed very calm. "Little sister, what are Big Brother and the others doing? They didn't sink." Beside her, little AI tilted her head and asked Violet Fairy. Violet Fairy looked down at little AI and said, "They are cultivating." "What is cultivation?" Little AI was very curious. Violet Fairy looked at little AI and paused. She raised her right hand slightly and pointed into the distance. Suddenly, a huge yellow rock rose from the ground and slowly rose into the air. Cultivation is to become stronger, to be able to do many things that ordinary people can't do, to be able to protect those important to you, she said. Even though little AI had seen the Violet Fairy waving her hand and unleashing a strange divine light before, she was still very surprised when she saw this scene. Of course, she was more curious and asked the Violet Fairy softly, "Can little AI cultivate too?" "Yes." Violet Fairy's words were simple. She paused and said, "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." Little AI nodded obediently. Violet Fairy looked at little AI and smiled after a moment. She reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. At this time, she didn't say anything. Instead, she turned to look at Lin Tian. Inside the spring, Lin Tian closed his eyes and silently circulated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. He adjusted his breathing and circulated this ancient sutra to absorb the majestic spiritual energy in the spring. He mixed this spiritual energy with his divine power and used it to refine his divine power. At the same time, he used this divine power to strengthen his body. 1. Faint golden light intertwined around his body. His aura slowly rose. At this time, the divine egg beside his life essence was very quiet. It seemed to be in a deep sleep and didn't come out to absorb the spiritual energy in the spring with him. This surprised him a little, but he didn't care too much. He took a deep breath and calmed down again. The spiritual energy in the spring entered his body and helped him refine his divine power and strengthen his body. It made his aura stronger and stronger. He was now at the connecting immortal level. At this level, he focused on refining his divine power and strengthening his body. At this moment, he kept absorbing spiritual energy into his body, so that the refining speed of his divine power and strengthening of his body became faster. At the same time, on the spring, Bai Qiu, Fanning Xiong, and Wuxing Crocodile were all doing the same thing. Only Bai Ziki didn't refine his divine power or strengthen his body. His glabella shone faintly. He was silently comprehending some great technique. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Within the spring, as the spirit chi was refined by the 4 people and 1 alligator, bubbles would appear on the surface of the spring from time to time. The originally viscous spring spirit liquid also gradually became thinner and began to gradually turn into ordinary water. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 6 hours had passed. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the surface of the spring. Golden light surrounded him. His expression was very focused as he silently cultivated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. At this time, the aura outside his body had risen by a lot. Boom! Suddenly, a majestic force spread out from his body, turning into a majestic hurricane that swept in all directions. He opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Then he quickly suppressed the aura that he had spread out. 8th heaven of the connecting immortal level. He muttered to himself. At this time, he could clearly feel that the divine power in his body had become purer and denser, like a surging yellow river. His sea of consciousness had also become much vaster, and his divine sense had more than doubled in strength. He clenched his fist slightly. Immediately, strands of electric arcs intertwined. His body had also become a little stronger. Very good, he said to himself. At this time, the spiritual liquid in the spring still contained a lot of spiritual energy. He didn't stand up. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged on the surface of the spring. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to absorb the spiritual energy in it to consolidate his current level. At this moment, he slowed down the circulation of the Heart Sutra of Sunday. The golden light outside his body naturally faded a lot. However, it gradually gave people a sense of thickness, like a green fruit that was slowly ripening. Just like this, another 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After 6 hours, the spiritual liquid in the spring became even thinner. It was no different from an ordinary water source. The spiritual energy contained in it had been completely depleted. Lin Tian opened his eyes again. His cultivation level of the 8th heaven of the connecting immortal level had been completely consolidated. It was unbreakable. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He stood up and looked at Bai Qiu and Wuxing Crocodile. He found that Bai Qiu had reached the 7th heaven of the connecting immortal level, Wuxing Crocodile had reached the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal level, and Fanning Xiong had reached the 4th heaven of the connecting immortal level. They were also consolidating their levels. He looked at Bai Ziki again. Bai Ziki's level was still at the 8th heaven of the connecting immortal level. It hadn't increased at all. Oh, right, this pig has been cultivating some great technique, recently. He's deliberately suppressing the increase of his level. He muttered to himself and walked to the shore of the spring. At this time, Bai Qiu, Wuxing Crocodile, Fanning Xiong, and the others opened their eyes one after another. There were wisps of light intertwining in their eyes. Awesome! Wuxing Crocodile howled. His cultivation level had increased by a whole 3 small levels. Not far away, Baiziki also stood up. His cultivation level hadn't changed much, but the aura he exuded had become more condensed. It made him look more unfathomable. Clearly, he had gained something else. The 4 people and the crocodile walked out of the spring. All of them had gained quite a bit of benefits. The violet fairy stood up from the limestone and walked towards Lin Tian with little AI. In this small space of the spirit realm, only this spring was of great use. There wasn't anything special about the other places. Now that the spirit chi in the spring had been completely refined by the 4 people and the crocodile, there was no need to keep it. Lin Tian said something to the violet fairy. The violet fairy raised her hand. Specks of divine light flashed, and a door leading to the outside instantly appeared in this space of the spirit realm. Immediately, they stepped out one after another and reappeared in the mountain range where they had come from. In the mountain range, the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects echoed from time to time. The group followed a direction and quickly walked out. Hero returned to the main barbarian tribe. Now, many barbarian elites are looking for you everywhere. They're all very anxious. Lin Tian said to Fanning Xiong. Chapter 785. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Fan Xiong nodded seriously. He has been missing for too long. His clansmen are running around looking for him. He really has to rush back to the main clan as soon as possible. He can't let his clansmen worry about him for no reason. At the same time, he invited Lin Tian and the others, Brother Lin, and everyone else, come back with me and visit my clan. Lin Tian shook his head and patted Xiong's shoulder. We have already been there once and received the hospitality of those old seniors. We won't go there for the time being. Go back quickly. We will meet again in the future. Fanning Xiong really wanted to go to the barbarian race with Lin Tian and the others. But hearing Lin Tian's words, he didn't say anything. After expressing his gratitude to Lin Tian and the others again, he turned around and walked towards the main clan of the barbarian race. Because he was afraid that his clansmen would be too worried about him, his speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to disappear into the horizon. There's nothing to worry about now. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Little AI has been reborn, and Fanning Xiong has been found. There is indeed nothing to worry about now. Where should we go next? He thought for a while. At this moment, the purple fairy looked up at him and said, Let's go to the 5th heaven. Hearing this, the 3 people and the crocodile were taken aback. Go to the 5th heaven? But our current cultivation isn't enough to pass through the space-time portal from this heaven to the 5th heaven. Lin Tiandao, isn't there me here? The purple fairy smiled at Lin Tian and said, I can send you there. Lin Tianyi was taken aback, but he immediately understood. With the purple fairy here, he can indeed send them directly to the 5th heaven. For such an emperor-level existence, the barrier of the 9th heaven is nothing. He paused and nodded. He felt that going to the 5th heaven now is a good choice. After all, that world is much larger, and the aura there is much denser. Moreover, he had previously led the Violet Fairy through the Stone God clan and the other great clans. Everyone in the celestial realm knew that he had a peerless emperor behind him, so they all feared him. Although this would allow him to travel freely in the celestial realm in the future, from a certain perspective, it was equivalent to losing the challenge. He looked at Baiziki and Baiqiu. What do you think? Baiziki and Baiqiu thought for a while, then nodded. They also felt that going to the 5th heaven is the best choice now. As for Wuxing Crocodile, he would not have any objections. Then let's go to the 5th heaven. Lin Tian said to the Violet Fairy. The Violet fairy grunted in acknowledgement. She stretched out her hand and tapped lightly. Suddenly, a huge rift in the void appeared in front of them. "Let's go," she said. Lin Tian nodded. They had nothing to be reluctant to part with in the fourth heaven. Only little AI stared in the direction of the small village and sniffed slightly. The Violet Fairy obviously knew something and didn't leave immediately. She seemed to be giving little AI time to look back. It wasn't until 5 breaths later that a circle of soft light spread out from her body, wrapping Lin Tian and the others in it, and stepped into the rift. Lin Tian once again felt the boundless darkness, as if he was in a vast, dark universe. Then, the darkness disappeared in a blink of an eye. With a flash of light in front of them, they stood on the thick land again. "We're here," the Violet Fairy said. Lin Tian immediately felt that the aura here is much stronger than that of the fourth heaven. Looking around, there was an incomparably magnificent scenery in front of him. The mountains were majestic, the rivers flowed like dragons, and the roars of beasts reverberated in the surroundings. He was slightly surprised. Being in this world, he felt that the air of this world was intertwined with an extremely strong killing intent. "This is the fifth heaven." He was slightly moved. With just a glance, he felt that this heaven is much larger than the fourth heaven. The mountains and rivers here are amazing. The Violet Fairy stood beside him, nodded, and said, "This heaven is the most suitable for tempering oneself. In the upper heavens, many great forces will send some of their outstanding disciples to this heaven for experiential learning. Even the 9 Empyreans who are famous in the history of cultivation stayed in this heaven for a long time when they were young." Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others were surprised. Only the whooshing crocodile didn't react. Obviously, he was very clear about this. Lin Tian raised his head and once again scanned this vast heaven realm. He repeated the words of the Purple Fairy to himself. The most suitable heaven realm to train oneself. Many of the great forces in the upper levels of the heaven realm would send some of their outstanding disciples to this heaven realm to train themselves. Even the 9 great sky masters had stayed in this heaven realm for a long time when they were young to train themselves. Therefore, this heaven realm would definitely have a lot of geniuses and monsters. This was a world that was truly filled with challenges and training. Baiziki and Baiziki also looked at this heaven. Baiziki's eyes flashed with light. "This is a very suitable heaven for tempering oneself. It's also the most chaotic heaven," Whooshing Crocodile said. The Violet Fairy looked at the whooshing crocodile, but she didn't say anything. Then she looked at Lin Tian and said, preparing to leave, "You're leaving?" Lin Tian Wei was stunned. The Violet Fairy nodded. "If I continue to follow you, you won't need to train anymore." Lin Tian was stunned again. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "That does seem to be the case." The Violet Elves were emperors. With an emperor rank expert by his side, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. If this continued for a long time, they would develop a sense of laziness and neglect, which wasn't a good thing for their cultivation. The Violet Fairy smiled, then suddenly turned to look at little AI and waved at her. Immediately, an extremely gentle energy wrapped around little AI and floated to her side. "I'm taking this, little girl. Don't worry." Back in the spirit realm, little AI had asked her if she could cultivate. At that time, she decided to take the little girl away. More importantly, it would be very troublesome for the little girl to follow Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian and the others were stunned. They didn't expect the Violet Fairy to say that she would take little AI away. However, they all nodded in agreement. It was naturally a good thing for little AI to be taken away by the Violet Fairy. It was also little AI's good fortune. One had to know that the Violet Fairy was an emperor. Not everyone had the good fortune to stay by the side of an emperor. Little AI, you must listen to your big sister in the future. Lin Tian said to little AI. Little AI was very sensible and obedient. Although she was reluctant to be separated from Lin Tian and the others, she still nodded seriously. Little AI will listen to Big Sister. Lin Tian nodded and looked at the Violet Fairy again. Then, I'm leaving, the Violet Fairy said. A ring of gentle divine light spread out from the Violet Spirit's body and enveloped little AI. Immediately after that, a huge spatial crack silently appeared behind her. She paused and looked at Lin Tian. Suddenly, she revealed a beautiful smile and made a victory sign to Lin Tian. Big brother, you can do it. As soon as she finished speaking, the spatial crack extended and directly swallowed her and little AI. They disappeared from Lin Tian and the other's sight. A light wind blew in the space, and green leaves fluttered. Bai Qiu stared in the direction where the Violet Fairy left. Her eyes were full of starlight. She clenched her fists tightly. So cute! I want to hug her. To a young girl like her, the sight of a Violet Fairy with her waist-length black hair making a peace sign was too much of a threat. Lin Tian by Ziki and Whooshing Crocodile. Lin Tian coughed twice and said, "Let's go and take a look at this world." Bai Ziki nodded and turned to look into the distance. This world will tremble for Lord Crocodile once again, Whooshing Crocodile said, but then curled its lips. Damn it. Lord Crocodile has an inexplicable feeling of sadness when I say this. Many years ago, when it was cultivating in this heavenly region, it was at the Great Virtue Realm. Then it stepped into a higher heavenly region and slowly reached the peak of nirvana. But now, when it appeared in this heavenly region again, it was at the 6th heaven of immortal ascension. This made it feel like hitting a wall. Lin Tian curled his lips. Naturally, he knew how Whooshing Crocodile felt at this time, but he didn't care at all. Tell me the details of this heavenly region, the distribution of forces and other things, he asked Whooshing Crocodile as he walked into the distance. Beside him, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu also turned to look at Whooshing Crocodile. About Whooshing Crocodile, Lin Tian mentioned some things to them before. Both siblings knew that Whooshing Crocodile was once at the peak of nirvana and was far more familiar with the 10 heavens than them. Whooshing Crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head. Lord Crocodile is sad. Kid, you don't even comfort me. Don't you have any sympathy? You really make me unhappy. After complaining for a while, it said again, didn't Lord Crocodile mention to you before? There are no forces in this heavenly region, only some natives. It continued, this is the most chaotic heavenly region from the 1st to the 9th heaven. There are no rules. In this heavenly region, the strong compete. Whoever has the biggest fist is the king. After a pause, it continued, of course, this is the case in the cultivation world. However, this heavenly region is the most obvious. In addition, this heavenly region is intertwined with immortal veins. There are also many spiritual lands and great tombs. Each spiritual land and great tomb is an opportunity, and there will be many good things in it. Moreover, since ancient times, many great figures have come to this heavenly realm to gain experience, and some of them even created cultivation methods in this heavenly realm. Therefore, this heavenly realm also has many cave residences where great figures have cultivated in seclusion. You might find an ordinary cave with cultivation insights and secret skills left behind by great figures. Even the divine powers of the 9 celestial lords can be found in this heavenly realm. Whooshing Crocodile said, generally speaking, this heavenly region is like this. Lin Tian nodded, and everyone nodded. They had a more specific understanding of this heavenly region. Clang! At this moment, a sharp blade light slashed from a mountain in front of them, enveloping 3 people and 1 crocodile at the same time. Chapter 786. The blade light was sharp and powerful. In the blink of an eye, it approached from the top of the mountain and appeared in front of the 3 people and the crocodile. Lin Tian and the others frowned slightly and tilted their heads to dodge. The blade light cut through the sky and shattered a huge rock behind them. Not bad at dodging. A cold laugh sounded. In front of them, 3 silhouettes leaped into the air. The one leading them was a muscular man. He was bare-armed and held a ghost bone saber. On his left and right sides, there was a man holding a hammer and a man holding a sword. What do you mean? Lin Tian asked. What do I mean? The three men who had walked over from the peak of the mountain exchanged glances with each other before they involuntarily laughed out loud. Soon after, the burly man in the lead stared at Lin Tian in a sinister manner and said, "Smelly brat, obediently hand over all the treasures on your body. If you do, the three of us will let you have a quick death. Otherwise, we will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. "Hand over the treasures, or die. If you don't, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Didn't I tell you before? This heaven region is very chaotic and there are no rules. Whoever has the biggest fist is the king. In this heaven region, burning, killing, and pillaging are very common. Every day, over 100 cultivators are killed for no reason." Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. This was indeed a chaotic and cruel heaven region. As soon as they entered, they encountered people who wanted to rob them of their treasures. In front of them, the brawny man with the blade was a little impatient. "What are you talking about? Hand it over. Or do you want us to take it? You want it? You can try taking it." Lin Tian Ondao. Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu stood on the side and didn't say anything. Obviously, they didn't care. A ferocious look flashed in the brawny man's eyes. He pressed forward. "You don't know what's good for you." The blade in his hand was intertwined with a cold light. There was a trace of blood on the blade. It was obvious that he had killed many people. The two men beside the brawny man also stepped forward. The gaze of the man holding the sword suddenly fell on Bai Chiu, and a thick sense of surprise flashed through his eyes. Then, in the next moment, a lustful look appeared in his eyes. "Leave this woman to me. It's been a long time since I've met such a beauty. I can enjoy her tonight." Lin Tian and Bai Ziki both tilted their heads. Their eyes turned bone-chillingly cold in an instant, and their killing intent was not concealed at all. Pooh! They had yet to truly make a move. Just the aura they released was enough to cause this person to cough up blood and fly backwards in a sorry state. Then, in the next moment, powerful divine might surged, and Bai Chiu directly propped up the Tying royal domain. Bastard! She gritted her teeth as the lunar royal domain pressed down. In an instant, it enveloped the sword-wielding man and crushed him on the spot. "What? You?" Seeing this scene, the robust man with the saber and the man with the hammer were immediately shocked, and their faces turned pale. Seeing Bai Chiu holding up the king's territory, the two instantly realized the difference between them. Their calves began to tremble as they immediately turned around and fled into the distance. Bai Ziki raised his hand and pointed a divine light in front of him, killing the man with the hammer. Lin Tian's action was simple. He kicked out a stone beside his foot, which turned into a stream of light and pierced through the robust man's head, shattering his consciousness along with it. 3 pitiful worms. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Bai Chiu snorted coldly and put away the Tying royal domain. Without stopping, the group continued to move forward. Not long after, the 3 people and the crocodile walked far away. At this moment, a mountain range appeared in the distance. The mountains were extremely majestic, and the vegetation was shockingly thick. There were deafening roars of demonic beasts coming from within. Roar! Looking from afar, a blue-feathered giant bird flew across the sky, stirring up a gust of wind and blowing away a patch of old trees. In another direction, the earth trembled as a savage tiger strode forward. Its fur was blood-red, and no one knew how long it had been growing. It moved like a small mountain, and the aura it exuded was extremely shocking. It was not inferior to the giant bird at all. The barbaric tiger leaped into the air and clashed with the huge bird. In an instant, demonic blood splattered everywhere. Both of them are comparable to immortal realm elites. Bai Chiu said. Lin Tian nodded. These 2 demonic beasts were not weak, and their demonic auras were very powerful. Such a battle seems to be a very common thing. He paused and said, "Of course it's normal." Whooshing Crocodile said, "This heavenly domain is relatively primitive. There are many ferocious demonic beasts, and naturally there are many battles. It's not much better than the battles between human cultivators. It's just as cruel." In the distance there were many giant trees. Under the battle between the two demonic beasts, they were shattered one by one, and a gust of wind swept in all directions. Somewhere deeper in the mountain range, there were screams of human beings. The eyesight of the 3 men and 1 crocodile was astonishing. As far as the eye could see, they could see a group of human cultivators fighting. Among them, a cultivator of the 9th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm was struck down. His left hand was holding a sparkling and translucent jade, which was snatched away by another cultivator. However, before this cultivator could keep the jade, a sword shadow pressed over and directly crushed it. "I told you, this is mine." A middle-aged cultivator held a sword and took the jade. "You said it's yours, so it's yours." "Humph. I said it's mine." In the surroundings, quite a few cultivators rushed up and began to fight over that extraordinary piece of precious jade. Boom! Suddenly, waves of tyrannical energy swept out. Not long after, bright red blood splattered in the void. Not long after, a few more corpses were lying on the ground, badly mutilated. This heavenly domain is full of ancient tombs and immortal caves. It's a paradise for all cultivators. Many rogue cultivators from the upper heavens will choose to enter this heavenly domain to cultivate. If they're lucky, they might be able to obtain the orthodoxy of a great figure. Some cultivators even come down from the upper heavens in the body refinement realm. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Therefore, most of the cultivators in this heavenly domain, except for the natives, come from the upper heavens and have reached the half-step Great Tao realm. Those who come from the 4th heaven are very few, less than 1%. Lin Tian and the others nodded. They naturally understood this point, and this was also a very normal thing. If most of the cultivators in this heavenly domain came from the lower heavens, then they would be able to see half-step Great Tao powerhouses almost everywhere. That was obviously impossible. It wasn't that easy to reach the half-step Great Tao realm. Without reaching the half-step Great Tao realm, it was impossible to enter the 5th heaven from the 4th heaven. After all, not every cultivator could be like them, having an Emperor realm powerhouse break the barrier of the heavenly domain and directly bring them up from the lower heavens. Boom! In front of them, energy fluctuations swept out from the mountain range. A group of cultivators fought for the jade, and the battle was extremely fierce. At this time a strange cry sounded, and a huge bird rushed over from the distance. It had a pair of iron wings, and its monster aura was even stronger than the blue-feathered giant bird from before. It directly swallowed a young human cultivator into its stomach. Lin Tian and the others were speechless. This really was a world filled with primitive battles. This wasn't because the scene before them was too cruel, and it was because such scenes seemed to be as common as eating a meal. There seems to be engravings on the mountain wall, and there are fluctuations of Tao law. Bai Chiu pointed to the distance. There was a cliff in front of them. The cliff was very rough, but there were many engravings on it, and there were fluctuations of Tao law. It may be something left behind by a predecessor. Let's go and take a look. It may be of great benefit to you." Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the other 2 didn't hesitate. They no longer cared about the other cultivators and the fierce birds and beasts in the mountain range. They raised their legs and looked in the direction of the cliff. Soon they arrived at the cliff. Looking at it from a close distance, the engravings on the cliff were clearer. It was similar to what Whooshing Crocodile had guessed. It was very similar to the engravings of a predecessor's spiritual enlightenment. Seeing these engravings, the eyes of the 3 of them lit up. Now, their cultivation was very strong. The refinement of their divine power was very pure, and the forging of their physiques had reached the level where they could bear the great Tao. At this time, they needed to start comprehending the great Tao. They needed to comprehend and evolve various Taos. Finally, they needed to grasp the great Tao and step into the great Tao realm. In this process, comprehending the great Tao insights left behind by predecessors would naturally be of great use. It would allow them to take fewer detours, and the great Tao they controlled in the future would be more powerful. The three of them stood quietly in front of the cliff, carefully observing the engravings on the cliff and comprehending the Tao within. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Boom! Not far away, a shocking demonic aura surged. A giant beast that was 70 feet tall pressed down. Its entire body was filled with a bloody aura. No one knew how many living beings it had torn apart. It was comparable to a human powerhouse at the seventh heaven of the immortal ascension realm. It stared at the three of them and the crocodile. Lin Tian frowned. He turned his head and coldly glanced at the other party. The approaching giant beast seemed to sense that Lin Tian was very dangerous. Its footsteps paused slightly. It hesitated and did not dare to press forward. However, in the next moment, the giant beast let out a loud roar. In the end, it still pressed forward. It stretched out its beast claws to grab the three of them and the crocodile. Clang! Lin Tian moved his right hand slightly. A sharp sword light slashed horizontally, directly splitting the giant beast into pieces. He was now at the 8th heaven of the immortal ascension realm. He could even kill an ordinary half-step great Tao realm powerhouse instantly. A demonic beast comparable to a cultivator at the 7th heaven of the immortal ascension realm was naturally nothing to him. After killing this giant beast, he looked at the engravings on the cliff again. It was not until more than 2 hours passed that he moved his gaze away from the engravings on the cliff. His essence, chi, and spirit had increased slightly. It's somewhat useful, he muttered to himself. At this time, Baiziki and Baichio had also finished comprehending. Like him, they had some gains. Chapter 787. After comprehending the engravings on the cliff, the three of them had gained something. After confirming and discussing with each other, they left the cliff. This mountain range is very big. If you can find a predecessor's enlightenment mark here, then there should be similar marks in other places in the mountain range. You can continue to look. Anyway, there's nothing else to do right now. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Wuxing Crocodile knew this heaven domain very well. Since it said so, it naturally had its reasons. Immediately, he, Baichio, and Baiziki walked in the mountain range. They scanned the surroundings, looking for other predecessors' enlightenment marks. Boom! Ah! This mountain range was very big. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Demonic beasts roared. There were shocking energy fluctuations and the screams of human cultivators. Looking around, there were many cultivators in the mountain range. Not far away, there was a cruel battle and some people died. What a mess! Baichio muttered. Lin Tian and Baiziki felt the same, but they didn't care. They looked around the mountain range, looking for places with enlightenment marks. This was very useful to them now. It could allow them to control very powerful great Tao laws in the future. Clang! Not far away, a killing light slashed toward them. A cultivator attacked them mercilessly. Obviously, he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Divine light intertwined in his right hand, and a sword light appeared. At this moment, a wave of demonic chi suddenly spread out from the ground. A fierce demonic beast with scales all over its body rushed out of the ground and swallowed the cultivators who were charging towards them. Then it sank back into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The three people and the crocodile, how unlucky! Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. The group continued forward. Soon, they unknowingly walked into the depths of the mountain range. As they ventured deeper into the mountain range, the number of cultivators within the mountain range increased. There were at least several hundred of them. Battles would occur from time to time. There were battles between humans and Yao beasts. There were also battles between Yao beasts and Yao beasts. Lin Tian and the others were already used to this and didn't care. They scanned this mountain range, and not long after, they finally made another discovery. There was an ancient mantra engraved on the mountain wall of a large mountain. The ancient mantra was badly damaged, but there were traces of Tao comprehension left behind by the powerful cultivators from back then, causing the eyes of the three to light up. Without any hesitation, the three of them stepped forward and soon arrived at the scene. Staring at the mountain wall from a close distance, the three of them found that the Taoist connotation on the mountain wall was slightly more shocking than the one they had found before. It should have been left behind by an extremely outstanding expert. Lin Tiandao, Bai Ziki, and Bai Chiu nodded as well. They studied the carvings on the wall carefully, trying to understand the Tao. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. The aura of the three of them had become tranquil, gradually merging into the Tao connotation contained in the marks on the mountain wall. At this moment, a man landed here. His figure was slightly thin, but his eyes were very cold. "Scram now. I want to comprehend Tao here," the man said coldly to Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian and the others turned a blind eye to the man and continued to study the marks on the mountain wall. "You're courting death." The man's eyes became sharp, and his murderous intent intertwined as he closed in on them. The murderous intent was so strong that it startled many cultivators around. They all turned their heads to look in that direction. "That's He Qianwu, one of the 13 perils of the Barren District. I can't believe he came to this mountain range. Is the rumor true? Is there really an extraordinary tomb hidden here? Is it going to open?" Many people were shocked. The man was He Qianwu. He closed in on Lin Tian and the others without hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Did those three offend He Qianwu? "They're dead for sure." Of course, many people shook their heads. At this moment, He Qianwu had already stepped in front of the three. He directly raised his hand and grabbed Lin Tian, who was closest to him. He grabbed the top of Lin Tian's head in an extremely ruthless manner. "Get lost." Lin Tian spat out a word coldly. He didn't even look at the man. Only an extremely powerful aura spread out, directly shaking off the man's big hand. At the same time, the man was forced to step back more than 5 meters. Instantly, all the cultivators around changed their expressions. He forced He Qianwu to step back with just his aura. How is that possible? Although He Qianwu is ranked last among the 13 perils of the Barren District, he's still in the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. He can't be compared to ordinary cultivators in the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. But now he's actually... How is that possible? An illusion? Many cultivators were shocked. He Qianwu's expression changed at this moment, and his pupils contracted. He was forced to step back by someone's aura. He stared at Lin Tian and didn't dare to step forward. With a murderous look in his eyes, he said, "You're good. You'd better not leave this place." He wasn't stupid. He sensed Lin Tian's strength and knew that he might not be a match for him, so he chose to retreat. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. "You don't have to leave." Just now, when He Qianwu left, the murderous look in his eyes was too obvious. He was definitely going to find help to deal with them. In that case, he wouldn't be so stupid to wait for He Qianwu to find help. That would make him look like an idiot. He shook his right hand, and a sharp sword light swept out, pressing toward He Qianwu like a raging wave. This sword light was powerful and terrifying, like a sword flying from the sky. He Qianwu's expression changed drastically. "You, poof!" Blood splattered, and He Qianwu was cut into pieces. In an instant, the place fell into a dead silence. He killed that He Qianwu. Just one sword strike. Who is he? How can he be so strong? That's He Qianwu. The crowd was shocked. Many people stared at Lin Tian as if they had seen a ghost. Some even couldn't help but tremble. But soon, some people's expressions changed again. The 13 beasts of the barren area are sworn brothers. They seem to be from the same place. If He Qianwu is killed, the other 12 will definitely not let it go. This person is finished. Even the man and woman beside him will be killed. Exactly. The 13 beasts of the barren area, the eldest and the second, are both in the Great Path realm. Many people shook their heads. Lin Tian and the rest naturally heard the discussions of these cultivators. However, they did not pay attention to it. They earnestly observed the carvings on the mountain wall. Only after 4 hours did they shift their gazes away one after another. All of them had gained something. After glancing at the mountain wall, they didn't stop. They walked away, looking for other places with traces of their predecessors' enlightenment. On the way, Lin Tian asked Wuxing Crocodile, "I heard some cultivators mention the 13 beasts of the barren area. It sounds like the barren area is the name of a region, and it seems to be the region we're in now. Is that so?" That's right. Wuxing Crocodile said, "This heavenly realm is divided into 2 regions. The outer region is called the barren area, and the inner region to the center is called the central region. The closer the central region is to the center, the more ancient tombs and immortal caves there are. Of course, there are also more powerful cultivators there." Lin Tian nodded. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu also understood that they were now at the edge of this heavenly realm, living in the barren area. Lin Tian thought for a while and felt that the purple elves must have done this on purpose. They had to fight their way from the edge of the barren area to the center of the heavenly realm. This was considered an experience, and it would definitely be beneficial to them. "Let's go around the barren area and dig up all the treasures." Bai Qiu shook her fist. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki were speechless. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes and said, "Little girl, you're so generous. This barren area is extraordinarily vast, and there are countless treasures. After so many years and countless cultivators, not all the treasures have been dug up. If you want to dig up all the treasures in this barren area, that's a fool's dream. You might as well go home and sleep." Bai Qiu glared at Wuxing Crocodile. "I'm just saying, little crocodile, why do you have so much nonsense to say? CKU. Don't call me little crocodile," Wuxing Crocodile said angrily. "Little crocodile." Bai Qiu glared at it. Wuxing Crocodile. CKU. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki completely ignored the scene. They were already used to the girl and the crocodile bickering. This mountain range was very large. The group walked through the mountain range, looking for traces of enlightenment left by other predecessors. However, they did not find anything after searching for more than 6 hours. Along the way, they were attacked several times by the fierce beasts in the mountain range, but they were nothing. The 3 of them easily killed all the beasts. Very quickly, another 4 hours passed. The sky had already darkened. Stars appeared in the sky, and a round moon hung high in the sky. Faint, silver moonlight shone down on the land. Boom! At that moment, the depths of the mountain range suddenly shook. A mountain cracked open, and waves of yin qi rose into the sky. Suddenly, the 3 people and the crocodile looked up. Lin Tian was surprised. The yin qi in front was very thick. He saw a stone door with many ancient patterns on it. Wuxing Crocodile stared in front and said, "A big tomb." As far as the eye could see, the stone door was not open. There was only a small gap. Waves of yin qi seeped out from the gap. "I heard the cultivators mention that there seems to be an extraordinary tomb in this mountain range. Is that it?" Bai Qiu looked forward. Lin Tian nodded. He did not need to think. This must be the extraordinary tomb that the cultivators mentioned. At that moment, the sound of rushing wind came from all directions in the mountain range. Many cultivators quickly rushed over. "There really is a big tomb. In this region, as long as there is a big tomb, it is at least the burial ground of a cultivator of the great Tao realm. There are countless good things inside. This time we must get something. Chapter 788. In the depths of the mountain range, a corner of a stone door was revealed. Yin Qi surged, causing all the cultivators to become excited. Many people rushed to this place and stared ahead with incomparable excitement, as if they had seen a mountainous treasure. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart continued to be heard. More and more cultivators rushed over from afar. It seems that these people have heard the rumors of an extraordinary tomb here and gathered here early in the morning. Lin Tiandao, Bai Ziki, and Bai Chiu nodded. Based on the situation, it was obvious that this was the case. Should we rush in first? Bai Chiu asked, looking eager to make a move. What's the rush? Let the others go in first to explore. Lin Tiandao. Bai Chiu glanced at him, but did not say anything. In front of them, the mountain had collapsed, and the stone door was completely exposed. There were many strange patterns engraved on it, flickering with a faint light under the moonlight. Whoosh! Whoosh! In this mountain range, a group of cultivators rushed forward quickly. Some people directly smashed the stone door with their divine abilities. Immediately, with a rumbling sound, an even more turbulent Yin Qi rushed out like a flash flood, directly swallowing this person. He didn't even have time to scream before he was turned into a thick pool of blood by the Yin Qi. Moreover, the other cultivators who rushed too quickly were also in great trouble. After being enveloped by the Yin Qi, they immediately screamed and melted. Many cultivators were so frightened by this scene that their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly retreated. In the distance, 3 people and 1 crocodile were slightly moved when they saw the scene. Not simple. The one at the front was a transcending, immortal cultivator. This Yin mist actually melted a transcending, immortal cultivator in an instant. From the looks of it, the owner of this tomb is at least at the level of Wu Zhen. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian also nodded to himself. Wuxing Crocodile's guess was the same as his. The tomb of an ordinary expert would not have such a terrifying amount of Yin Qi that could directly melt a cultivator at the connecting immortal realm. The stone door was opened, and even more Yin fog gushed out under the moonlight. It was only after dozens of breaths later that this Yin fog finally became thinner. Vaguely, there was actually a weak light flickering behind the stone door. Treasure! Many cultivators' eyes lit up. The Yin Qi that rushed out from behind the stone door had become countless times thinner. At this time, many cultivators knew that there was no danger. At the very least, this thin Yin Qi was not enough to melt cultivators, and they could directly rush in. So. The speed of these cultivators was very fast. Their eyes shone brightly as they stepped directly towards the stone door. In fact, in the process of rushing to the stone door, a ruthless battle broke out between these cultivators. Some people waved their killing lights at the people in front of them, and immediately, more than 10 people fell to the ground, losing their lives. How cruel! Bai Chiu muttered. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips and teased. Little girl, are you afraid? Little Crocodile, Bai Chiu said. Wuxing Crocodile. The 3 of them and the crocodile stood on the side. It was not until more than 10 breaths had passed that they moved forward. At this time, there was no more dark fog rushing out from behind the stone door. The 3 of them and the crocodile entered. The inside was pitch black and much wider than they had imagined. It was like an underground palace with dozens of forks. The air was very cold. Kid, you know how to look at the ground. Which path should we take? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian immediately wanted to beat it up. I'm cultivating the dragon burial scripture, not the grave-robbing scripture. I don't know how to look at the direction of a tomb. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. In the end, the few of them randomly chose a fork in the road and walked forward. This graveyard was very special. It was located in a huge mountain and was excavated into the shape of an underground palace. Walking in it, the air inside seemed to be a little rotten, which made people feel very uncomfortable. The three of them and the crocodile did not walk for long before they smelled the stench of blood. A few corpses fell to the ground, their eyes wide open as if they had seen something incomparably terrifying. It's the cultivators who rushed in here just now. Their hearts were all dug out. They must have encountered malicious ghosts and evil spirits. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the other two nodded. Other than this, there was no other explanation. Then, in the next moment, just as they took a step forward, two ghastly eyes in front of them lit up. A malicious ghost pounced over, surrounded by an incomparably cold aura of death. There was bright red blood at the corner of its mouth. With a whoosh, the malicious ghost roared and arrived in front of the three of them and the crocodile in the blink of an eye. The three of them and the crocodile did not care, and their footsteps did not slow down at all. Lin Tian looked at the road ahead and tilted his head to avoid the attack of the malicious ghost. Then he raised his hand and smashed the ghost into pieces with a slap. He continued to walk forward without looking back. Soon, the three of them and the crocodile walked far away. They encountered some evil spirits, one after another, but they were all easily killed on the ground. Soon, a bright light appeared in front of them. A starry field of light lay in front of them, intertwined with an astonishing murderous aura, which made the three of them and the crocodile slightly moved. The Path's killing field. The owner of this graveyard actually set up something like this here. This thing is a little troublesome, Whooshing Crocodile said. In front of them, there were many intertwined Tao patterns on the ground. These Tao patterns formed a killing field, and the intertwined aura was very shocking. There's Tao connotation in it. Baiziki said. We can try to comprehend it. Lin Tian said. Baiqiu nodded. Immediately, the three of them faced the Path's killing field, and their eyes shone brightly. Comprehending other people's Tao connotation in front of the Path's killing field in other people's graveyard. This is really... Whooshing Crocodile was speechless. The three of them stood in front of the Path's killing field and stood there for 4 hours. After 4 hours, the three of them exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Their essence, qi, and spirit were much stronger. Obviously, they had gained something. Is it over? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. He had gained some insights from comprehending this Path's killing field. Then, let's turn around and go back. This Path's killing field is not simple. Those who don't have Tao laws will be killed instantly if they enter. Most importantly, this Tao law slaughter domain was clearly set up by someone at the Enlightenment realm or above. Even great Tao realm experts would have to take a detour if they came here. If they were unable to pass through this Tao law slaughter domain, then it would be equivalent to jumping onto the path of death. Whooshing Crocodile said. Baiqiu stared at it and rolled her eyes. Little crocodile, you're underestimating us. As she said that, she propped up the Lunar King domain with a buzz. For a moment, starlight flickered, and the bright moon rose and fell. Then, she directly walked into the Path's killing field and walked over safely. The Path's killing field didn't affect her at all. Whooshing Crocodile widened its eyes and couldn't help but sigh. The King physique is indeed extraordinary. You're only at the Immortal Ascension realm, but you actually walked through the Path's killing field left behind by Enlightenment realm expert. Although this Tao law killing domain had not been activated by a true Wujin cultivator and was far from being able to unleash its true might, it was still extremely terrifying. Even if a great Tao realm cultivator entered it, there was no chance of survival. They would be minced into pieces by the Tao laws inside. However, Baiqiu was able to pass through it so easily. Baiziki didn't say anything. He propped up the divine Cry Palace and strode forward. Let me borrow it. Lin Tiandao walked into Baiziki's king's territory. After Baiziki propped up the king's territory It was enough to bring him and Whooshing Crocodile through. He didn't need to use the reincarnation diagram. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tiandao and didn't say anything. The Divine Cry Palace protected Lin Tiandao and Whooshing Crocodile as they passed through the path's killing field. The group continued to walk into the depths. The air became colder and colder, and it was a little terrifying. After walking for a short distance, a bloody light suddenly flashed in front of them. A piece of blood-red scale armor fell from the ground. There was an extremely cold aura intertwined on it, which made Lin Tiandao's expression change. He walked to the front and picked it up. He felt that this blood-red scale armor was like polar ice, causing his hand to almost be frozen stiff. This aura, this scale armor, why does it seem like it belongs to a corpse-devouring beast? Whooshing Crocodile muttered, "Corpse-devouring beast?" Lin Tiandao and the other two looked at it. Obviously, they didn't know much about corpse-devouring beasts. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Corpse-devouring beasts can only appear in the tombs of extremely strong cultivators. They specialize in eating corpses and ghosts." After a pause, it said, "However, don't think that this corpse-devouring beast only eats corpses and ghosts. It prefers fresh flesh and blood. It's definitely a ferocious beast of death. It's much more ferocious than things like malicious ghosts. At the very least, it's comparable to a human cultivator at the fifth firmament of the Great Tao. Lord Crocodile once encountered such a thing in a large tomb. It was very ferocious. It bit and swallowed more than a dozen great Tao-level human cultivators alive. Not even their bones were left. It's that powerful." Bai Qiu stared. It swallowed more than a dozen great Tao-level cultivators alive, and not even their bones were left? At this moment, a ferocious and violent aura suddenly rushed over from the fork behind them. It revealed a creature covered in blood-red scales. It had 3 eyes and a wolf-like body. Its fangs were more than 3 inches long, and its aura was ferocious. Lin Tiandao and the other two's expressions changed. This wolf-like, 3-eyed monster clearly made them feel the threat of death. Damn it, it's really AF** King Corpse-devouring beast. Whooshing Crocodile cursed and shouted at Lin Tiandao and the other two, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run." Lin Tiandao and the other two came back to their senses. Without hesitation, they fled into the distance. This was the first time the 3 of them had seen a corpse-devouring beast. They only felt that the other party's aura was too cold and ferocious. Even with their current strength, they still felt a sense of trepidation. Boom! A bloody aura surged like waves. The corpse-devouring beast's 3 eyes were bone-chilling. Its ferocious glint flashed as it chased after them. For a time, the fork in the road shook. Chapter 789. Lin Tian was somewhat speechless. What kind of situation was this? This guy actually still had the mood to reminisce about the past. He stepped on the heaven and earth puppet, and his speed was extremely fast. Together with Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, he rushed into the depths of this fork in the road. Boom! Behind them, the blood fiend's aura surged. The corpse-devouring beast roared, and its 3 demonic eyes were filled with venom. It quickly chased after the 3 people and the crocodile. Its speed was also very fast, not slower than the 3 people. That bloody, murderous aura caused Lin Tian and the others to feel a chill run down their spines. Lin Tian glanced behind him and activated the towering heaven sword technique. His right hand shook, and he slashed out a brilliant towering heaven sword intent behind him. Clang! The sword intent was very fast. It landed on the corpse-devouring beast's body, sputtering out streaks of sparks. It only left a small mark. Whooshing Crocodile immediately glared and said, "Brat, what are you doing?" "I'm interfering with its pursuit of us and slightly slowing its speed." Lin Tian Andao. Whooshing Crocodile immediately rolled its eyes. "Interfering my ass. If you attack it like that, it will go crazy. If this thing goes crazy, its speed will become even faster, and directly more than double. What's there to slow down? Lin Tian instantly wanted to beat it up and said angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Boom! Behind them, the blood fiend's aura had clearly become stronger. The corpse-devouring beast's 3 demonic eyes stared at Lin Tian, and the venom in its eyes became even stronger. Its speed really did more than double, and it pounced toward Lin Tian like a blood-red bolt of lightning. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine, as if a piece of 10,000-year-old ice was pressing down on him. His heart couldn't help but tremble again. "Run! Run! Run!" Whooshing Crocodile shouted. Naturally, there was no need for it to urge him. Lin Tian's speed became even faster, and the Bai siblings also increased their speed along with him. However, after the corpse-devouring beast went berserk, its speed became even more shocking. It was much faster than the 3 of them, and the distance between them and the corpse-devouring beast narrowed. The corpse-devouring beast's aura was like a boiling sea of blood, as if it wanted to devour everything. The 3 of them ran along the fork, and the further they went, the wider the fork became. Boom! Behind him, the corpse-devouring beast's blood-red scales glowed, and its baleful aura grew stronger. Its speed also became faster. Lin Tian glanced behind him. Sword light flickered from his fingertips. Immediately, he realized that this might make the ferocious beast even more ferocious. In the end, he could only helplessly disperse the sword light and quickly charge forward. Gradually, as the fork became wider and wider, the air became colder and colder, and the rotten smell became stronger. A cave-like place appeared in front of them. There were vines twining around it, which surprised the 3 of them and the crocodile. So many skeletons. Bai Qiu said. The vines were dark green in color, and there were skeletons all around. Some black beetles were crawling on the ground. Behind them, the corpse-devouring beast chased after them. At this moment, it suddenly stopped. Its 3 demonic eyes stared ahead, flashing with a hint of fear. It did not move forward. Is it afraid of what's ahead? Lin Tian was shocked. Yes. Bai Ziki glanced at the corpse-devouring beast. Naturally, he also noticed it. The corpse-devouring beast stared ahead, then turned its head, and its gaze fell on Lin Tian. Its eyes were extremely fierce. "Boy, it's thinking about you." Whooshing Crocodile gloated. Lin Tian's forehead was covered with black lines. He immediately wanted to grab it and throw it at the corpse-devouring beast. The 3 of them and the crocodile stared ahead, although they also felt that there was something wrong. At this moment, the corpse-devouring beast was behind them. Naturally, they could not turn back. They could only continue forward. The corpse-devouring beast stared at the 3 of them and the crocodile, then stared at Lin Tian. It growled and gradually led the way into the darkness. "Gone?" Bai Qiu asked. Lin Tian looked back and scanned with his divine sense. Gone. The other party's aura could not be sensed at all. It was already very far away from this place. What a tragedy. Ever since I met that brat, nothing good has happened. First, I lost my cultivation. Then, I was chased by the ghost god. Then, I was chased by the evil corpse. Now, I'm being chased by the corpse-devouring beast. Whooshing Crocodile complained. Talk more nonsense, and I'll beat you up. Lin Tian on Dao. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips, but was too lazy to say anything. In front of them, the mountain cave was very big. There were many intertwined vines. In the corner, there were many withered bones. Some had already been broken, leaving only skulls rolling on the ground. There were black centipedes and other things crawling in and out of the skulls. Bai Qiu shrank her neck and could not help but tug at Lin Tian's sleeve. Although she had the king body and her cultivation was very strong, she was still a girl in the end. She was very resistant to these things. The 3 people and the crocodile walked forward. Not long after, they found a row of coffins among the green vines. They did not know how long they had been here, but a lot of dust had accumulated on the coffin lids. Why are there so many coffins here? Bai Qiu asked. Little girl, this place is a tomb. No matter how many coffins there are in a tomb, it is natural. Whooshing Crocodile said. Bai Qiu glanced at it and did not say anything. The group continued forward. There were quite a few coffins displayed in this row, dozens of them. When they reached the front, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. There was a coffin in front of them that had been opened at some point. There was some red hair inside, and there were pitch-black claw marks on both sides of the coffin. There was a bone-chilling aura intertwined. The three people and the crocodile were all shocked. They all felt a chill on their backs. Whooshing Crocodile muttered, "The corpse in the coffin seems to have run out." When it said that, it undoubtedly made the air in this place suddenly feel a little colder. They stared at the coffin. They could feel the chill from the claw marks in the coffin. The thing with such a chill was definitely not simple. Its strength was terrifying. Ignore it. Let's get out of here, quickly. Lin Tiandao. The air here was very rotten. There was a stench that made people feel very uncomfortable. The few of them did not stay in this place. They continued forward, and their footsteps became faster. Then they walked out of this place safely. Strange, Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Nothing happened when we walked past the vines. What was that corpse-devouring beast afraid of? Lin Tian and the other two did not pay any attention to him and continued walking forward. The side of the fork became wider. Not long after, they walked out of the range of the fork. The space in front of them was bigger. There was a stone platform in front of them. It was grand and tall, and there was a lot of fog lingering around it. Looking at it, they could vaguely see a tall figure sitting cross-legged on it. It was emitting a wave of energy that made people's hearts palpitate. There was a chill in it. The few of them were shocked. There are no signs of life. Moreover, this aura. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with strands of golden light. Then his expression changed. It's exactly the same as the aura intertwined with the claw marks in the coffin. Hearing what he said, the Bai siblings and Whooshing Crocodile were shocked. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, such a sound came from the front. It sounded like a beast gnawing on bones. On the high platform, the tall figure turned around. Gray fog intertwined around its body. It was holding a living person's arm in its hand. The corner of its mouth was full of blood. It grinned at the three people and the crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile immediately cursed. F***CK. Another perverted old bastard. Jia. On the high platform, the tall figure let out a strange laugh. It threw away the arm that it was holding and pounced on the few people like a ghost. This tall figure was clearly an evil corpse. It was precisely the corpse that ran out from the broken coffin from before. Its hair was withered yellow, its pupils were sunken, and its teeth were uneven. However, they were very sharp, as if they were embedded with a knife, causing one's heart to palpitate. Its speed was very fast, even faster than the corpse-devouring beast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the three people and the crocodile. The three of them changed their expressions and attacked together. With a buzzing sound, Bai Qiu directly propped up the Lunar King's domain and affected the front. Boom! Thunder intertwined. Bai Ziki propped up the divine Rumble Palace and shrouded it. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He decisively took out the reincarnation diagram and pressed it forward. For a moment, the three kings' domains moved freely, causing the space in this place to distort inch by inch like paper. Jia jia! Jia jia! The evil corpse let out an eerie and strange laugh. Under the pressure of the three great monarch regions, it was actually unable to harm it in the slightest. It only caused its movements to become slightly slower. However, it wasn't slowed by much as it pounced over like a chilly wind. Lin Tian's expression changed. The three of them were not weak, but they could not do anything to the evil corpse at all. Let's go, he said. He and Bai Ziki worked together to launch the strongest attack. Then They directly avoided the evil corpse and fled further away. Damn it! This thing is definitely more powerful than that corpse-devouring beast. No wonder that corpse-devouring beast was afraid previously. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian and the other two fled forward. Gradually, after traveling for an unknown distance, they heard shrill screams in front of them. They quickly turned a corner and saw a group of otherworldly soldiers and generals in front of them. There were also quite a number of malevolent spirits who were crazily killing the cultivators who had barged into this place. Among them, a three-eyed demonic beast covered in blood-red scales was charging forward with an extremely ferocious aura. Not only was it attacking the living cultivators, but it was also devouring some otherworldly soldiers and malevolent spirits. Ah! The screams were ear-piercing. A cultivator at the third firmament of the Immortal Ascension realm had half of his body bitten off by the three-eyed demonic beast. It's the corpse-devouring beast from just now. It actually came to this place. Whooshing Crocodile widened its eyes. Lin Tian and the other two were naturally moved. This thing was very terrifying. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to block it. It was also at this moment that the charging corpse-devouring beast seemed to have noticed the three of them and the crocodile. It suddenly raised its head and looked over. 3 terrifying rays of light immediately shot out from its 3 demonic eyes. It stared at the 3 of them. Then its gaze fell on Lin Tian. It let out a low roar and turned into a blood-red wave that charged towards Lin Tian. Along the way, it crushed countless otherworldly soldiers and cultivators. Damn it! There's a malevolent spirit behind us and an evil beast in front of us. How unlucky! Whooshing Crocodile cursed. A strand of bright light suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's eyes, and he said, "This is just right. Let them fight." Whooshing Crocodile lay on top of his head. He transmitted his voice to Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu. The 3 of them stood still. Then, in the instant that the evil corpse and the corpse-devouring beast pounced in front of them, they moved at extreme speed, turning into 3 streaks of lightning that dodged to the side. Bang! Chapter 790. A genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The evil corpse and the corpse-devouring beast didn't see each other through Lin Tian's group. Although they were very strong, their intelligence was obviously not high. At least, compared to ordinary humans, they were much worse. How could they expect Lin Tian's group to have such an idea? They suddenly dodged to the left and right. After colliding with each other, the tyrannical ghost and demon bodies fiercely shook. The evil corpse was immediately enraged. It let out a strange cry and directly grabbed the corpse-devouring beast. Its sharp teeth were like knives as it fiercely bit down. Poochie! Blood splashed out. Half of the corpse-devouring beast's body was almost bitten off. Blood flowed out and blood-colored scales fell down. The corpse-devouring beast was originally a little afraid of the evil corpse, but after suffering such a serious injury, it naturally went berserk. It let out a roar, and its 3 demonic eyes shot out 3 beams of killing light that struck the evil corpse, piercing 3 holes in its ghost body. For a moment, the evil corpse and the corpse-devouring beast tore at each other. They completely ignored the 3 people and the crocodile, roaring from time to time. As far as the eye could see, the ground was torn into pieces. The corpse chi and baleful aura corroded the air. So scary! Bai Chiu shrunk his neck. One had to admit that the evil corpse and the corpse-devouring beast were very frightening. Ordinary 9th heavenly layer cultivators were not their opponents. When they fought, even powerful people like Lin Tian and Bai Ziki couldn't help but be moved. "Kid, this method is really not bad," the whooshing crocodile said. "It's okay." Lin Tian smiled. In front, there were many cultivators and nether soldiers in groups. From time to time, there would be mournful screams. With a Piu sound, An early-stage Zephyr realm cultivator was pierced through the chest by a powerful evil spirit. The evil spirit grabbed his heart and threw it into its mouth to chew on it. Blood flowed down from the corner of its mouth. It looked very scary and horrifying. "What are you doing?" A shocked and angry voice sounded. A young cultivator was suddenly pulled in front of a middle-aged expert by the side as a shield. A rotten corpse grabbed his head and directly crushed it. Then, the middle-aged expert withdrew from the scene. "So cruel," Bai Qiu whispered. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head. "This is the world. Chaos, slaughter, cruelty, and blood are the synonyms of this realm." It had an indifferent expression. Obviously, it was used to such scenes. A low roar came from not far away. The ghost chi and demonic chi became even stronger. The battle between the evil corpse and the corpse-swallowing beast became even more intense. "Hurry up and stay away from them. If those two idiots turn around and deal with us together, we'll be doomed," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded, and he naturally didn't stay, and immediately strode off into the distance. The space in front of them was very spacious, and it was no longer a single fork. There were many cultivators, and there were also many soldiers. Seeing Lin Tian and the others approaching, the malicious spirits immediately stared at them, and more than 10 of them pounced towards them. The few of them didn't care. The divine light around their bodies intertwined, and they directly stepped forward. Before the dozen or so evil spirits could get close, they were shattered by the divine light around their bodies. "A ghost lair," Bai Qiu muttered. Whooshing Crocodile wanted to make fun of her, but it thought that it was at a disadvantage several times, so in the end it let it go. A low roar came from the side. A Ghost King-level evil spirit stepped out and reached out its rotten ghost hand to grab Lin Tian. Whooshing Crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head. A beam of demonic light flashed between its claws and shattered it. "Kid, Grandpa Crocodile saved your life. Remember to repay Grandpa Crocodile in the future," it said. "Get lost." Lin Tian spat out this word. He really wanted to say, "Save your grandpa." With his current strength, evil spirits at the Ghost King level were like ants. He could stand still and let them hit him, and they couldn't hurt him at all. The 3 of them didn't walk slowly, but they weren't fast either. All the evil spirits that rushed at them were all destroyed. Soon, they walked far away, heading deeper into the tomb. Gradually, the space in front of them became more vast. Another very spacious place appeared. It was shaped like a caul, with a radius of more than 1,000 feet. There were already many cultivators living in it. Boom! Waves of astonishing divine power spread out. The 3 of them and the crocodile walked to the front. They saw many cultivators fighting. There were already more than a dozen corpses on the ground. Some had their heads cut off, some had their hearts pierced, and some were cut in half at the waist. The smell of blood floated in this space. At the same time, there was also a medicinal fragrance that filled the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. "Love, go, little, say, W, as far as the eye could see." There were many treasured herbs in this place. Their spirituality was amazing, and it was also these treasured herbs that caused the cultivators to fight over them. Many cultivators fought over a single stalk of treasured herb. Naturally, some people died. "Ah!" Miserable shrieks rang out. Someone had just grabbed a stalk of treasure medicine, but before he could put it away, his arm was chopped off by someone. Bright red blood splattered in the air, and the treasure medicine was also snatched away by someone else. Lin Tian and the others didn't care. They looked around to see if there were any treasured herbs worth picking. "It's you." Just then a cold voice sounded. A sharp killing light came directly at them. The 3 of them dodged the killing light and looked in the direction it came from. Not far away, they saw 10 men standing together, staring at them with murderous eyes. 10 of the 13 perils of the barren district. Except for the 2 in the lead, the 3rd to the 12th are all here. They want to Many of the cultivators there were shocked. The cultivators near Lin Tian's team of 3 were quick to distance themselves from them, fearful that they would be mistaken for having some sort of relationship with Lin Tian's team of 3. The 10 men stared at Lin Tian's group and approached them step by step. Not long ago, Lin Tian killed He Chinwu, the last of the 13 perils in the mountains outside. The news spread to the other 12 perils. "You have guts." One of them stared at Lin Tian coldly. Lin Tian glanced at the 10 men. 5 of them were in the 9th tier of the connecting immortal realm, and the other 5 were half a step to the great Tao realm. "Bad guys always speak like that," Baiqiu muttered. Then he added, "But we've always been more daring." The surrounding crowd was shocked. They all stared at Baiqiu. How dare this young girl speak like that? Those are 10 of the 13 perils of the Barren District. 5 of them are in the 9th tier of the connecting immortal realm, and the other 5 are half a step to the great Tao realm. Even an ordinary great Tao realm cultivator would frown when facing them together. Moreover, the 1st and 2nd of the 13 perils, who haven't shown up yet, are real great Tao realm cultivators. How dare she? Isn't this courting death? Many people shook their heads. Among the 10 men, the one who spoke suddenly turned his head and stared at Baiqiu. "D*MN woman, you're courting death." This person was in the 9th tier of the connecting immortal realm. He took a step forward and slapped Baiqiu. At this moment, a beam of sword light and a bolt of lightning shot out at the same time. They were extremely fast and appeared in front of this person in the blink of an eye. With a poof, this person exploded. Only his bones fell to the ground. Lin Tian and Baiziki looked at each other and snorted. That man just now is the 9th of the 13 perils of the Barren District. He was actually defeated in one move. These 2 people are so strong. The crowd stared at Lin Tian and Baiziki, and their expressions changed. Opposite them, the 9 men were also shocked. Their gazes fell on Baiziki and Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with shock. However, in the blink of an eye, that shock turned into viciousness. "Interesting. Not bad." The 8th of the 13 perils said coldly. His eyes were filled with ferocity. "Very strong. However, there are only 2 of them. What's the big deal?" The 3rd brother walked out with a broadsword in his hand. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. "Kill them and take everything from them." The last sentence was obviously said to the other 8 perils. Instantly, the other 8 perils all stood out. Divine power surged, and at the same time they released killing intent, enveloping Lin Tian and Baiziki. These 9 people are going to attack together. There are 5 half-step, great Tao cultivators among them. Some cultivators' expressions changed. All the cultivators here retreated. At this time, they did not dare to continue fighting for the precious medicine growing in this place. They were afraid that they would be affected by the battle later. "Kill." Of the 9 beasts, the 3rd brother spoke, and the 9 of them pounced out together. 9 waves of killing intent directly sealed off all directions, and the killing light fell on Lin Tian and Baiziki. At the same time, it also enveloped Baiqiu. For in the 9th tier of the connecting immortal realm and 5 half-step, great Tao cultivators. That's all. I don't know what you're so proud of. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. Which of the 3 people here was easy to provoke? Any one of them was capable of shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Facing dozens of half-step, great Tao experts was like child's play to them. Although these 9 people were extraordinary, provoking Lin Tian and the other 2 was purely asking for trouble. Lin Tian and Baiziki looked forward. Lin Tian's sword light intertwined, and Baiziki's purple lightning appeared. Clang! Boom! The 2 of them just stood there. A sword light and a lightning bolt struck forward again, crushing all the killing intent. Then the sword light and lightning bolt did not slow down and continued to strike forward. Puff! Puff! 2 of the 9 perils exploded, and the bloodlight intertwined. This scene undoubtedly frightened many people, and they were all stunned. In this barren area, 3 of the famous 13 perils of the barren area were killed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they were all killed in one move. These 2 people, who are they? I've never heard of them before. How can they be so powerful? Are they geniuses from the lower heavens who came here on their own? I heard that such people are all very strong. No. Their cultivation doesn't seem to have reached the half-step great Tao level. It's impossible for them to come here from the 4th heaven with their own strength. Many people were shocked. At this time, the other people who were attacking Lin Tian and Baiziki stopped at the same time, and their faces changed a little. Who are you? What's your origin? One of them said in a low voice. He was the 5th of the 13 perils, and he was at the half-step great Tao level. There were few opponents at the same level. At this time, they all felt the horror of Lin Tian and Baiziki. They were too powerful. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Tian on Dao. With a flash of his feet, he appeared in front of the man in the blink of an eye and slapped him. Chapter 791. Lin Tian was very fast. His golden palm landed on the head of the 5th of the 13 fiends of the wasteland in the blink of an eye. The 5th's expression changed. He was shocked by the power of Lin Tian's palm. He quickly retreated, but it was already too late. Poof! Blood splattered. The 5th was directly smashed into pieces. His body collapsed and he died on the spot. This, dead. The 5th of the 13 fiends of the wasteland was slapped to death. This 5th was at the half-step great Tao realm. Slapping a half-step great Tao realm expert to death with one palm. Is he a super savage beast in human form? The group of cultivators was shocked. Of the 10 of the 13 fiends of the wasteland, only 6 were left. At this time they were both shocked and angry, and their eyes turned red. How dare you? The 3rd of the 13 fiends gritted his teeth and roared. Among the 13 fiends, including He Qianwu, who was killed before, 5 of them had been killed. Damn it, Big Brother will not let you go. Let's go. Although the last few people were full of killing intent, they were very rational. They could see that both Lin Tian and Baiziki were very scary. At this time, they stopped fighting and decisively retreated. This scene undoubtedly shocked many cultivators. The 13 fiends of the wasteland, who were famous in the wasteland, had all 10 of them, but now they were escaping. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning pressed down, penetrating the space and cutting off the path of the few people. Their expressions changed. Baiziki looked calm. Thunder and lightning intertwined on the surface of his body. He took a step forward, and another bolt of purple lightning pressed forward. This bolt of lightning was extremely fast, terrifyingly fast. It enveloped one of them and directly smashed him into pieces, leaving behind only a pile of black ashes, causing many people to involuntarily gasp in unison. Another, one of the 13 fiends of the wasteland, died. Lin Tian glanced at Baiziki and walked toward the last 5 of the 13 fiends of the wasteland. Divine light flowed around his body. These people wanted to kill them, so he naturally wouldn't let them go just like that. He walked over and waved his iron fist. The space seemed to be about to be smashed. He pressed down on the 3rd of the 13 fiends of the wasteland. Blood slaughter transformation. The 3rd of the 13 summoned a grand technique to block, but it was useless. His powerful technique was directly crushed by Lin Tian's fist. Afterward, the golden fist didn't slow down and continued to press down on him. With a pew sound, this person was blasted apart, blood splashing in all directions. Third brother, you deserve to die. Of the 13 evils of the barren area, only 4 were left. At this moment, they were shocked, angry, and frightened. The The 4 of them did not engage in battle and quickly fled. Baiziki's body was covered in thunder and lightning. Like the thunder god, he stepped in front of the 4 people in an instant. The purple thunder became more turbulent and enveloped one of them, shattering him on the spot. He tilted his head and looked to the other side. He waved his right hand, and the purple thunderbolts gathered into a ferocious beast. It let out a thunderous roar and killed the 6th of the 13 perils of the barren area. Lin Tian stared at the last 2 of the 13 perils of the barren area. The yin and yang liang flashed and approached them directly. Clang! A divine light sword appeared in his hand, and he used it to activate the Ling Tian sword technique. With one slash, he beheaded one of them. Then, the sword slashed through and cut open a corner of the soil not far away. Suddenly, a shocking medicinal fragrance wafted out. Looking over, there was a large Ganoderma under the soil. It had 7 petals and sparkled with light. This is 7-leaf Ganoderma? It's a 7-leaf Ganoderma. 7-leaf Ganoderma? The super treasure that can prolong one's life by 500 years. Many cultivators here were excited. Suddenly, all the cultivators rushed over to fight for the 7-leaf Ganoderma. This was a treasure that could prolong one's life. It was priceless. Golden divine light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The yin and yang liang of the 5th level flashed like a bolt of golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the 7-leaf Ganoderma and picked it up. The cultivators who were rushing forward all stopped. They were surprised by Lin Tian's speed. At the same time, they were annoyed that a treasure that could prolong one's life was snatched away so easily. These people clenched their fists. Many of them were strong cultivators, but at this time, they didn't dare to fight for it. Lin Tian's power was too frightening. Although these people were jealous of the 7-leaf Ganoderma, their lives were more important. Lin Tian killed a strong cultivator who was half a step away from the Great Path realm with one punch. He could also kill other cultivators in the 9th heaven of the reaching immortal realm with one blow. Who would dare to fight for something in the hands of such a godly person? Just then, there was a sound in the air. The last of the 13 fierce of the barren district took advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted by the 7-leaf fairy Ganoderma to dash towards Baiqiu at a terrifying speed. I'll let you have a taste of losing your companions. This person's voice was vicious. He knew that he couldn't escape today, no matter what. He wanted to kill Baiqiu before he died. Oh no! At this place, some cultivators couldn't help but cry out. They could all see that at this time, even if Baiziki and Lin Tian wanted to stop him, it was too late because they were too far away. Lin Tian and Baiziki tilted their heads to look. Their expressions were very calm, without any change in emotion. Why bother? None of these 3 are easy to deal with. Wuxing Crocodile sighed. The last of the 13 perils of the barren area was half a step away from the Great Path realm. He had already arrived in front of Baiqiu. Die! This person shouted fiercely. Sinister killing light intertwined in his hand and slashed at Baiqiu. At this time, a huge divine shadow appeared behind Baiqiu. The great immortal king of the Bai family used his arcane art. He directly pressed down with his palm, scattering the killing light that was pressing toward him. At the same time, he directly smashed the last of the 13 perils of the barren area into pieces. In an instant, everyone here widened their eyes. Then they all felt a chill run down their spines. A half step away from the Great Path realm, cultivator. She also killed him with one blow. These 3 are all monsters. Their hearts trembled. Baiqiu heard this voice and turned to look. Hey, who are you calling a monster? Facing Baiqiu's gaze, these cultivators all trembled and lowered their heads in shock. This seemingly delicate and weak girl could instantly kill a half step away from the Great Path realm cultivator. They didn't dare to offend her. The 13 perils of the barren area, 10 of them came here, and all of them were killed. At this time, someone said in a trembling voice. His voice was very soft, but many people still heard it. Instantly, everyone's heart palpitated again. These three, many people couldn't complete their sentences. At this time, only shock was left in their hearts. The powerful 13 perils of the barren area. 10 of them came together, but they were all killed in the blink of an eye. These people stared at Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, and Bai Qiu, only to feel their hearts beating wildly. Lin Tian put away the 7-leaf immortal Ganoderma lucidum with satisfaction. He secretly thought that the tombs of the 5th heaven were indeed extraordinary. He actually obtained a life-prolonging treasure medicine, and it was a treasure medicine that could extend one's life by 500 years. The value of this thing could be said to be astonishing. In terms of pure value, even tens of millions of kilograms of lingjing couldn't compare to this immortal Ganoderma lucidum. After all, this was a life-prolonging treasure medicine, which represented 500 years of lifespan. In this world of cultivation, lifespan was a priceless thing. He carefully put away the 7-leaf immortal Ganoderma lucidum, looked at Bai Ziki, and walked toward Bai Qiu. Dong! At this moment, a bell rang, coming from the depths, causing the entire tomb to tremble involuntarily. In this place, many people subconsciously covered their ears. They were all uncomfortable, and some people's ears even bled. This is... Lin Tian's expression changed. Bai Ziki looked into the depths, and his eyes flickered. Extraordinary, very extraordinary. Whooshing Crocodile said. The bell only rang once, but the sound of the bell was intertwined with an astonishing power. Just one bell sound seemed to be able to shatter one's soul. This is a treasure. It must be a treasure. Absolutely. There's no mistake. In this place, the cultivators were excited. Many people rushed madly into the depths of the tomb. Boys, let's go. The treasures are all ours. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the other 2 didn't hesitate. They shook off most of the cultivators and rushed deeper into the tomb. The air in this tomb was very decaying. The deeper they went, the worse the smell. Soon, a faint mist floated in front of them. This mist was green, and there was the smell of rotten plants intertwined in it. In front of them, a group of cultivators who had rushed out previously moved a distance in the green mist. At this moment, they suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, twitching. Then there was no movement. They were clearly dead. Lin Tian's expression changed, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Be careful. This mist is poisonous, he said. Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Whooshing Crocodile naturally saw it. The divine and demonic light around their bodies intertwined, quickly protecting themselves. The group of people moved through the green mist. Soon, screams came from behind them. Clearly, some of the cultivators who followed them had also suffered. This mist is poisonous, someone shouted. The 3 people and the crocodile didn't care about these voices. They moved very quickly and soon passed through the green, poisonous mist. There was a willow tree in front of them, and the green, poisonous mist was spreading out from the willow tree's branches and leaves. Be careful. This is a man-eating willow, an evil tree that was born from boundlessine energy. It can be considered to be a type of demon spirit, and its entire body is covered in toxic poison. Once one comes into contact with it, one would instantly be poisoned. Even an ordinary Grand Dao expert would be unable to resist it. Whooshing Crocodile warned. At this moment, the branches of the man-eating willow suddenly moved, swaying crazily, making a rustling sound. They were like sharp swords, cutting off the path ahead, and at the same time, quickly rolling towards the 3 people and 1 alligator. Lin Tian was shocked, and so was Bai Ziki. The force of these willow branches was astonishing. They could easily pierce through a half-step Great Dao expert. They can move. Bai Qiu stared. I already said that this is a type of demon spirit. Of course they can move and eat people. Chapter 792. Willow branches swept past, extending far and wide, completely blocking the path ahead. At the same time, they slashed toward the three people and the crocodile. "Kid, be careful. Don't get hit," Whooshing Crocodile said in a deep voice. Lightning intertwined outside by Zeki's body. Purple lightning struck forward, enveloping a few willow branches. For a moment, crackling sounds could be heard. However, the outcome was surprising. These purple lightning bolts, which could kill a half-step great Tao powerhouse, did not hurt the willow branches at all. This man-eating willow is very tough. It can even absorb a small amount of external divine power. Ordinary magical powers can't break it. Whooshing Crocodile spoke again. "Damn crocodile, can't you say it all at once?" Bai Qiu said angrily. She used the Bai family's great technique, but it was useless against these willow branches. She dodged repeatedly, worried that she would be brushed by these willow branches. "How's the killing effect of pure physical strength?" Lin Tian asked it. Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes and said, "Kid, Lord Crocodile knows that your physical body is very abnormal. In fact, with your current physical strength, you should be able to smash it to pieces at a close distance. However, have you forgotten what Lord Crocodile said? This thing is poisonous all over. This kind of poison is very terrifying. Even a great Tao cultivator can't resist." Whoosh! Before it could finish its words, Lin Tian had already rushed forward. He did not use any divine power or magical powers. Instead, he grabbed forward with his bare hands. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes almost popped out. "Kid, are you crazy?" Lin Tian actually grabbed the man-eating willow branches with his bare hands. Bai Ziki was also moved. His expression changed slightly. It was also at this time that Lin Tian had already approached the front. He directly grabbed a willow branch and pulled it hard, breaking it on the spot. For a moment, these broken willow branches sprayed out green liquid, splashing all over the back of his hand. The 5 elements crocodile's scales stood on end. D*****, brat, I've already said that this poison is very terrifying. Even if a great Tao expert comes into contact with it, his blood will be invaded in the blink of an eye. You're practically, As it spoke, it suddenly froze. The green, highly toxic liquid that had landed on the back of Lin Tian's hand directly slid down. Lin Tian's arm was completely fine. Furthermore, during this interval, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and forcefully broke off a dozen man-eating willow branches. What the hell? It stared. Even a great Tao powerhouse could not resist the poison. But Lin Tian relied on his cultivation base of the 8th tier of the immortal connecting realm to block it. No, to be precise, it saw that Lin Tian did not resist the poison at all. He completely ignored it. Then, the poison could not hurt Lin Tian at all. It was like an ordinary water source. It had no effect at all. Behind them, even Bai Ziki was moved. This guy's body is really resistant to poison. Bai Qiu was surprised. She knew that Lin Tian had a strong resistance to poison. She had seen it before. However, she did not expect that Lin Tian could completely ignore the poison that could kill a great Tao powerhouse. Ka! 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 At this moment, Lin Tian could be said to be incomparably powerful. He stepped on the 5th tier of the yin and yang roar and moved, avoiding the willow branches. Then he tore off the willow branches with his bare hands. In front of this man-eating willow that even a great Tao powerhouse would be wary of, he was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, he had pulled out all the willow branches of the man-eating willow. Then he punched toward its main trunk. Boom! The man-eating willow clearly had its own consciousness. At this moment, it sprayed out poison that covered the sky, scaring the whooshing crocodile on Lin Tian's head so much that its eyeballs almost popped out. Brat! Retreat, retreat, retreat. With so much poison, even a Wuxian powerhouse would be unlucky if he came here. He would be poisoned to death. It shouted loudly. Lin Tian grabbed it from his head and directly threw it to Bai Chou's side. Then he strode forward without slowing down, advancing through the poison that filled the sky. His right fist emitted a resplendent golden light, and he fiercely punched the branch of the man-eating willow. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground rumbled and poison splashed everywhere. Faintly, a scream of pain could be heard. Bai Chou's face immediately turned pale with fright. Even Bai Ziki was startled. However, in the next moment, a light flashed in front of them. Lin Tian was unharmed, but the man-eating willow was smashed into pieces, and green poison flowed all over the ground. That scared me to death. Bai Chou patted his chest, thinking that the scream was made by Lin Tian. The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. This F***er. What a freak. He's only at the 8th heaven of the Ascension realm, but he actually smashed a man-eating willow full of poison with his fist at close range. This is really... It really didn't know how to describe it. Okay, let's go. Lin Tian turned around and said. Bai Ziki took the lead and walked forward. Bai Chou and the whooshing crocodile hurriedly followed. The 3 people and 1 crocodile carefully rushed into the depths of the tomb. As they went deeper, many evil creatures walked out of the tomb, and many of them were at the Ghost King level. However, this was obviously nothing to the 3 people and 1 crocodile. As long as an evil creature appeared, it was killed cleanly. Soon 2 hours passed. Within 2 hours, the 3 of them and the crocodile had killed even more evil spirits and advanced even further. The air in the tomb had also become colder. When they killed another Ghost King, a huge black hole actually appeared in front of them. There was no road ahead. The black hole was the end. It was about 10 feet straight, and it led straight to the bottom of the tomb. Seeing this, the 3 people and 1 crocodile looked at each other, slightly surprised. The direction of this tomb was really strange. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. The 3 people and 1 crocodile walked all the way and killed almost all the evil spirits and ghosts, sweeping away all obstacles. The cultivators behind them were unimpeded. At this time, some people arrived. It still leads to the bottom. This tomb, obviously these people also felt that this situation was a bit strange. Dong! At this time, the bell from before sounded again, shaking the ancient tomb. A ray of divine light flashed under the black hole and disappeared. Immediately, all the cultivators who rushed to this place were excited. Treasure light! The treasure is below. It must be the coffin of the tomb owner buried under this black hole. Some cultivators said. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a light. A strand of tyrannical divine consciousness probed below, and a moment later he frowned slightly. After his strand of divine consciousness went down, it was like a small fish flowing into the sea. It did not find anything and disappeared silently. This is very strange. He transmitted his voice to the Bai siblings and whooshing crocodile and told them about this. It swallowed your divine consciousness? Whooshing crocodile was surprised. Lin Tian nodded. That's right. Hearing that, Bai Ziki also sent a strand of divine consciousness down. Then he frowned. Like Lin Tianyi, his strand of divine consciousness was completely swallowed. It's not simple down there. His words were simple. The 3 people and the crocodile stared down and stopped at the edge of the hole. Dong! At this time, the bell sounded again. Divine light flashed under the black hole again, and it was even more dazzling than before. Suddenly, the cultivators who came here became even more excited. It's definitely a treasure. Someone shouted loudly. Then, some cultivators could not hold back. They carefully bypassed the 3 people and the crocodile and rushed directly into the black hole. After the first group of people rushed forward, the cultivators behind saw that Lin Tian and the others did not do anything and did not make things difficult for the first group of cultivators who rushed forward. They all began to rush forward and jumped into the black hole. In the blink of an eye, The group of cultivators who came to this place all jumped in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Are we going down? Lin Tian asked. Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes. We've already come this far. If we don't go down, how can we face the malicious ghosts and ghost kings we killed along the way? If we turn around and go back after killing them, we'll be doing free labor for others. What you said seems to make sense. Bai Qiu nodded. Bai Ziki did not have any reaction. Obviously, it did not matter whether he advanced or retreated. Then let's go down. Lin Tian on Dao. This time, he also felt that Whooshing Crocodile's words made sense. Although there was something strange down there, since they had already come here, there was naturally no reason to return empty-handed. That would be too embarrassing. The three people and the crocodile looked down, jumped up slightly, and also went down the black hole. Whoosh! The wind whistled in their ears, and it was slightly cold. The three people and the crocodile descended all the way. Soon, dozens of breaths had passed, and the hole was no longer in sight. At this time, the coldness in the air also became thicker, and it was as if they had entered a bottomless snow abyss. At this time, the surroundings were pitch black. Even with the three people and the crocodile's current cultivation, visibility was very low. They could only see about 10 feet away. At this time, their divine senses were completely useless. They could not see anything when they tried to probe. The surroundings were quiet. Whooshing Crocodile suddenly said angrily, "Kid, don't pull my tail." Lin Tian, I'll pull your grandpa. Is it the Bai family's girl? Bah. Who's pulling your tail? That must be brother-in-law's doing. Get lost. The surroundings were dark. Whooshing Crocodile was furious. You're bullying me. You. Ouch. How dare you hit my head? Whooshing Crocodile was faster this time. He stretched out his claws, grabbed a hand, and pulled it directly in front of him. Let Lord Crocodile see which of the three of you. Ah. He stared ahead and pulled a tall corpse in front of him. The corpse had withered yellow hair, sunken eyes, and blood hanging from the corner of its mouth. The corpse was grinning at him. Oh my God! Whooshing Crocodile was so frightened that its scales stood up. He stretched out his other claw and slapped over. At the same time, Lin Tian and the others looked over and vaguely saw the Whooshing Crocodile's shadow. Their expressions changed instantly. It's the evil corpse from before! Bai Qiu exclaimed. Lin Tian immediately propped up the reincarnation diagram, while Bai Ziki propped up the divine roar palace. They pressed forward together. With a bang, the two monarchs' territory separated the Whooshing Crocodile and directly sent the evil corpse flying. Let's go! Lin Tiandao. Their speed suddenly increased, turning into a few rays of light that shot down the black hole. In the blink of an eye, they were hundreds of feet away. Damn, that damn thing actually followed us. Could it be that the corpse-devouring beast was swallowed by that guy? Chapter 793. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The speed of the three people and the crocodile was very fast. They never thought that in such a short period of time, the evil corpse from before would actually catch up with them. That was a dangerous existence. At the very least, with their current cultivation, it was impossible for them to block it. That bastard! Damn it, it actually pulled Lord Crocodile's tail. He even patted Master Crocodile's head, just like. Whooshing Crocodile was infuriated. After saying this, he seemed to feel that the rest of his words were embarrassing and did not continue. Bai Qiu continued, like you're teasing a monkey? Whooshing Crocodile was furious. F***CK. Bai family's girl, are you trying to piss me off? Bai Qiu curled his lips. That's what you're thinking. I'm just saying what you didn't finish. Whooshing Crocodile. All right, you should be glad that it didn't swallow you whole. Lin Tiandao. Aye. Whooshing Crocodile was angry again, but after thinking about it, he suddenly felt that Lin Tian's words did make some sense. Oh, that's not bad. Hurry up and leave. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Ziki said. Their speed increased again. At this time, there were evil corpses chasing behind them, so they naturally didn't dare to be careless. After an unknown amount of time, they finally reached the bottom of the black hole and stepped on the ground. In an instant, they felt as though they had stepped on a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. The soles of their feet involuntarily turned cold. "It's not a good place," Bai Qiu mumbled. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. "A cemetery is a place for the dead. It's a nest for the dead. How can a nest for the dead be a good place?" The space under the black hole was even darker, and the vision of the 3 people and 1 crocodile was affected. However, they could still roughly feel the terrain below. There was a very wide road that extended all the way down. "Let's go," Lin Tiandao. Since they had already come down and there was only one path, they could only follow this path to the end. Their speed was extremely fast. Not long after, a faint smell of blood wafted over from the front. Several corpses were lying on the ground below. Some of them had their heads chopped off, while others had their hearts pierced through. "Love, go, little, say, Neta Chu, he was killed by someone," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the others glanced over. They didn't even need to think about it. It must have been a battle between the cultivators who had entered before. They didn't stop at this place and continued to walk along the road. Crack, crack, crack. Not long after they walked out, such a sound came from behind them. It sounded like a wild beast gnawing on a bone, very horrifying. Whooshing Crocodile immediately shivered. "It's that evil corpse. That bastard is gnawing on the corpses on the ground." Lin Tian and the others naturally guessed it. They didn't say anything, but their pace quickened a little. Not long after, the group walked for a long distance. At this time, the space in front of them slowly became wider. Some phosphor stones were scattered on the ground, emitting rays of light, illuminating the space a little. They were very careful. They walked forward all the way, guarding against the evil corpse behind them. Because the divine sense was useless here, Lin Tian even activated the yin-yang lotus sea, letting the black and white lotus petals float around to sense the incoming danger. "By the way, why does Lord Crocodile suddenly feel a little tired after entering here?" Whooshing Crocodile muttered. I seem to have the same feeling." Bai Qiu also muttered. Bai Ziki frowned. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Whooshing Crocodile said at this time, "By the way, that evil corpse doesn't seem to be following us. It's probably gnawing on the bones behind us." Bai Qiu said, "Their speed was quite fast, and it did not take long for the space around them to become wider and brighter. They could already see the silhouettes of cultivators up ahead, all of them running madly forward. In front of them, they saw a few more corpses, all of which were killed by humans. Some were even cut in half, and their internal organs were spilled all over the ground. They kept moving forward. Not long after, a huge stone chamber appeared in front of them. There was a huge bluestone coffin in the middle. It was 5 feet long and 10 feet deep. There were many patterns on it, and a faint light circulated on it. "Love, go, little, say, W, Chu." At this time, a group of cultivators had already entered the stone chamber. When they saw the coffin, they all showed excitement. "The coffin of the tomb's owner," a cultivator shouted. Suddenly, a large group of cultivators all rushed toward the bluestone coffin. There was such a stone chamber under the black hole, and there was a huge and extraordinary bluestone coffin in it. These people didn't need to think to know that the treasure in this tomb must be hidden in this coffin. For a time, the sound of breaking air rang out continuously. Many cultivators rushed over. Screams rang out. A battle broke out between these cultivators. Some people secretly attacked and killed the people in front of them. "You, damn it! The treasure is mine!" For a time, the battle became intense. Many people started fighting in order to reach the bluestone coffin as soon as possible. These cultivators fought fiercely. A terrifying killing light landed on the bluestone coffin and shattered it with a bang. Suddenly, all kinds of light shot out, and the fragrance of treasures rolled out. The clanging of weapons could be heard. Sixth grade Baodan. There's a divine material for refining Dao weapons. That's a high-grade Dao weapon. No, there's more than one. The cultivators were all excited. The cultivators all moved. They reached out together and grabbed the treasures that flew out of the coffin. Kid, grab it. Whooshing Crocodile shouted. Lin Tian and the other two naturally did not hesitate and immediately moved. With a whoosh, Baiziki was very fast. Lightning interweaved and grabbed a treasured saber. It was a high-grade Dao weapon. Next to him, Lin Tian also made a move. He grabbed a fine gold sword. It was also a high-grade Dao weapon. Its cold light was intimidating. Bai Qiu used one of the Bai family's divine powers and grabbed a few pots of Baodan. One of the pots was a sixth-grade Baodan. There were more than 200 of them. They could allow a cultivator in the ninth heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm to reach the Immortal Ascension Realm in an instant. Its value was extremely shocking. Good stuff. Her eyes lit up. If she brought this back to the Bai family, it would be equivalent to having more than 200 Immortal Ascension Realm powerhouses out of thin air. It would increase the Bai family strength by a large margin in an instant. To the Bai family, this was more valuable than a high-grade Dao weapon. The 5 elements crocodile also made his move. He grabbed 2 mid-grade Dao weapons and put them away with a shake of his hand. Then he went to grab the other treasure lights and grabbed some more treasures. They were all quite valuable. The owner of this tomb was quite rich when he was alive. He really has a lot of treasures. It clicked its tongue. At this moment, screams could be heard from time to time. The cultivators who came here fought for the treasures again. It was much more intense than before. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people lost their lives. Lin Tian moved quickly on the Yin and Yang rock. He grabbed another high-grade Dao weapon and some other treasures at the same time. It was also at this moment that he tilted his head to look at the broken stone coffin. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and the color of his eyes changed slightly. He did not see a corpse in this blue stone coffin. In fact, he did not even see bone powder. Something's wrong. He transmitted his voice to Baiziki, Bai Qiu, and Whooshing Crocodile and told them about this. For a moment, Bai Qiu, Baiziki, and Whooshing Crocodile were also shocked. They stopped grabbing the treasures together. This, Whooshing Crocodile looked at the blue stone coffin. After a while, it widened its eyes. As expected, it did not see a corpse. In fact, there are no traces of bone powder from the corpse. Something's wrong. Baiziki's words were simple. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Lin Tian said. The yin qi in this large tomb was dense, and even monsters like the corpse-devouring beast were born. One could imagine that the tomb owner's cultivation when he was alive must have been very strong, and his corpse must have been placed in this tomb. However, at this time, the tomb owner's corpse was not in the blue stone coffin. Subconsciously, he felt that something was wrong. It was like a huge trap. The 3 people and the crocodile did not hesitate. They all retreated and rushed out of the stone room. At this moment, a strange laughter sounded. A tall corpse appeared outside the stone room, blocking the 3 people and the crocodile's path. It's this damn thing again. Whooshing Crocodile's scales stood up. He could not help but shrink his neck. This thing was very scary. In the stone room, the group of cultivators was still fiercely fighting for the treasures in the coffin. Killing lights were intertwined from time to time, but they did not notice anything strange. Hee hee. Outside the stone room, the evil corpse laughed strangely and grinned at Lin Tian and the others. Then it turned into a gust of yin qi and pounced on them. The 3 people and the crocodile were shocked, and a chill ran down their spines. Buzz. Lin Tian directly propped up the reincarnation diagram. At the same time, the yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon also went up and pressed against the evil corpse. Baiziki and Baiqiu naturally also propped up the king's territory together. The Divine Cry Palace and the Starry Moon Palace each shone brightly. Now that they were facing this evil corpse, they did not dare to hold back at all. They immediately used their strongest means. Boom! Wuxing Crocodile also made a move. His demonic body expanded, and he cast a powerful mystical ability. There were even Tao law fluctuations in it. The 4 waves of murderous force could easily kill a half-step great Tao expert. However, after landing on the evil corpse, it did not have much effect. It only made the other party retreat a few steps without causing any damage. Damn it, why do I feel more tired? The power of my technique is much weaker. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Me too. Baiqiu muttered. Same. Baiziki said. Lin Tian frowned. At this moment, he also had the same feeling. In fact, he had this feeling not long after entering the black hole. At that time, Wuxing Crocodile and Baiqiu also mentioned it. However, at that time he only thought that he was affected by the yin qi in the tomb and did not pay much attention to it. At this moment, after propping up the reincarnation diagram, he felt that the power of the reincarnation diagram had weakened significantly. His eyes were intertwined with light. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered and quickly disappeared into the ground, extending to the surroundings. Then, in just a moment, his face changed slightly. Seizing Yang Land. Seizing Yang Land? What's that? Wuxing Crocodile asked anxiously. He cast another great, mystical ability of the demon race and pressed against the evil corpse. I can't cast it smoothly. Damn it.